spent yesterday more time on verifying this email and the body of evidence suggesting that Mr. Raynor followed up on that email. That is a precursor to a police and a citizen encounter. Multiple witnesses, including one on the state's direct examination, that brought up the term a consensual encounter. As though the parameters, the legal parameters that we have accurately cited in our jury instruction are helpful to the jury. There is not an equivalent delineation of the types of citizen police encounters. It's germane to our defense in that we are contending an act of bad faith, which would entitle us to self-defense. The threshold for that is quite low. And a matter of bad faith would be whether, under certain circumstances, our client had the ability to leave an encounter, which was a consensual one. And at this point in time, we need some guidance from the court on the basis of the ruling sustaining the objection. There was at least one time yesterday where I asked to approach, and the court wasn't in a position to provide that opportunity. So if the court is inclined to readdress the motion for structural instruction, I think that would suffice. If not, then we would appreciate some clarification on the court ruling on that, because we believe that the state's overall theme in the presentation of the email, specific comments from the state's witnesses elicited by the state, and also the state, I would say general common sense, that this is a framework within which we are operating, but allows at the very least the latitude on establishing the parameters of a consensual encounter, a probable cause stop. I mean, something as simple as you can leave from a consensual encounter, you can't leave from a probable cause stop. That's really all that we're trying to get out and build it.
Okay.
Your Honor, first off, I beg to differ with Mr. Probisco. I believe most of the questioning about probable cause, reasonable suspicion, consensual encounter was either coming from the mouth of the defense or when they questioned the witnesses. Now, I have to look back over the transcripts to be sure, but we talked about police duties and responsibilities. Secondly, when you get into the jury instructions, Judge, I provided a memorandum for the court regarding the appropriate instructions. Bad faith is not, they're trying to argue an illegal detention justifies a self-defense claim. And the law is clear and the jury instructions are clear that that is not the law. The law is whether or not, as Mr. Probisco says, he acted in good faith. And that is parallel to the good faith exception that you see in warrants, search warrant, where an officer gets a search warrant, and then they rely upon it in good faith. They talk about in the statute 776.051, subsection 2, says that if the officer knew it was unlawful, then that is not good faith. That's basically the premise of this statute. So their argument is not a legal detention equals self-defense. They have to argue bad faith, and the jury instructions that we provided cover that completely.
Your Honor, unfortunately, I have a disagreement on the law, because what the jury instruction says concerning the justifiable use of law enforcement officer is if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith. So a precursor to the determination of the use of reasonable force is good faith. If there's a showing of bad faith, then that can be calculated in the jury to determine whether the use of force by the client is appropriate. And again, we're operating in a universe where the threshold is very low for us to present defense.
I don't like to consider the facts of this case in the grand scheme of things, ignoring the use of deadly force. There's just a substantial difference between just regular force and deadly force. I'm not aware of any law that says anyone is authorized to use deadly force against an officer acting within the scope of their duties. So, so that's 7760511. So in this case, I believe to argue that he could have walked away is irrelevant. He didn't walk away. That he could have, I mean, the facts of the case are he took out a gun.
Facts of the case also show in the video that my client did try to walk away and he got forced followed by David Trainer. That's in the video.
And that's a basis for shooting him? Is that what you're going to argue to the jury? That because he put his hands on your client, he had a right to shoot him.
Among other things that we'll get to in the presentation of our case. But I mean, I think as the court just explained, and I agree with the court in the sense of there is not a law that allows deadly force on an officer that was performed in the lawful execution of duty and acting in good faith. Therefore, a defendant himself in self-defense can present evidence on two regards: that the lawfulness of the officer's duty is in question, and that the manner in which he was performing that duty was in bad faith. So what we are confused and hamstrung.
Agreeing to that, do you reach then the conclusion that he can use deadly force?
If the officer is acting unlawfully and in bad faith, yes, I think the common sense, the binary equation is if it's lawful and it's good faith, no deadly force. If it's unlawful and bad faith, then deadly force is appropriate, and 776 applies just as it would in any other.
So bad faith on part of the law enforcement officer who is not using deadly force can be met with deadly force by your client.
I disagree with the way the court is characterizing it, because in the stand your ground law, one needs to have a reasonable appreciation that deadly force is reasonable to counter a perceived showing of deadly force. So it's not necessary that there's an actual use of deadly force. The decision determines on the reasonableness of that force under the circumstances.
I remain unconvinced. My ruling stands. I believe that the facts of the case don't lead to a conclusion that the proposed jury instruction would illuminate anything else other than what is in the standard. It wouldn't expand what is in the standards. I only confuse the issues for the jurors. I think the standards sufficiently cover what needs to be told to the jurors as far as what the law is in this case, and then that would be the basis for my ruling. And I'm heavily guided by 776.0511, which specifically talks about not having that ability to resist, at least with deadly force, a law enforcement officer's execution of their duty, whatever that may be.
And I guess where we're looking for some clarification on the ruling is, why is it inappropriate for the jury to learn about the types of police citizen encounters, even through cross-examination?
Why is that relevant?
Because it's relevant, Judge, because the threshold is not.
What is it proving or disproving in this case?
Proving the fact that Officer Raynor could have been not lawfully executing a duty, it could have been in bad faith. If he is disregarding certain observational cues in terms of approaching this vehicle, and he's unlawfully detaining someone, that's not a lawful duty. There's a dearth of case law that says a person cannot be convicted for resisting a violent officer. That though, and even more precisely than that, it's not a lawful duty if it's an unlawful detention.
That's why I use the word obfuscation in the order. My ruling stands. Okay. Okay.
Just real quick, Judge, in regard to the search of the apartment, we're putting the apartment in we're putting on detective debtor this morning at some point. We're not going to go into the search of that apartment or the items that were found. We're not agreeing they might not become relevant on cross-examination later, but we're not.
Okay. Where do we stand as far as scheduling?
Judge, I think we're running two witnesses slow, but we might be able to pick up the pace. And if everything goes well, by Wednesday afternoon or Thursday morning, the state should be done presenting their case.
Okay. How about your instructions?
We were going to go over them on lunch today, and we'll get a copy to the court at the defense by close of business today. That's okay?
Yeah. I do need them.
Yes, sir. We'll get those. If you all have the proposed self-defense you're going to want to use, I need your, because it's very, okay. We'll add that.
All right. Anything else we need to address before?
I don't believe so, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Then let's take a short break until 9 a.m.
All right.
Grand Rising. Y'all know I had to put a shirt on, man. Y'all know that's some bullshit. Y'all see that? Y'all see what's going on? Now, my bad, I just woke up. Now y'all know what Spice said? Spice said this is a conflict of interest. This George. I said this judge right here. It's a conflict of interest. The reason why is because this judge had connections with the person that got fired that was over Othal Wallace and Spike at the time in the jail cell. You know, that's the one that was creating racist acts. Hold on for a second. Yeah, about to get back started in a couple of minutes, but look, man, I don't know about that. I never seen that where the judge just kind of argue the case without even hearing actual evidence. So he's saying that he has a law. The law states, I'm gonna have to look that up. He said the law states that you can't just use deadly force. I don't know if I ever seen self-defense being used in another way. Well, let's get it back on.
Okay. Where do we stand as far as scheduling?
Judge, I think we're running 2 witnesses slow, but we might be able to pick up the pace, and if everything goes well, by Wednesday afternoon or Thursday morning, the station will be done.
Okay, how about your instructions?
We were going to go over them at lunch today, and we'll get a copy to the court
Okay.
and by close business today. Okay?
Yeah, I do need them.
Yes, sir. We'll get those. Do you all have the proposed self-defense you're going to use? I need your, it's very.
Okay. All right, anything else we need to address before? Okay, then let's take a short break until 9 a.m.
It's a replay again. Yeah, I'm gonna get it back on. But nah, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit, man. I don't know. It was looking good yesterday. Now this judge is making it look different. I guess maybe the judge was seeing where things was going. Like, I was on about to win. Let me see what I can do. They got to do something about this judge, man. They have to do something about this judge, for real, for real. Like, man, like, for real, for real. But there's some bullshit. Let me see something, man. Let me look this up. Because what rule did they say? Somebody put in the chat. They were saying some rule, some law. Hold on. Let me look this up, though. They were saying some rule. Let's see. Florida stand your ground law. Let's look this up together, man. Watch this. Hold on. All right. So as soon as I typed in Florida stand your ground law, it says deadly force right there. But hold on. Let's get to the nitty gritty. All right. Home protection, usually threat. Deadly force. So home protection, deadly force assumption. Fear of death to It's fear of death or greatly bodily harm. So fear of death. That's the first part. Fear of death. Ozone feared that he was going to die. Great bodily harm. Great bodily harm. This person put his hands on Ozone. So that's bodily harm. And then grabbed the back they said he grabbed the back of his collar, had his hands near his neck. Let me see. Let me read more. A person who was dwelling in a residence. No deadly. Just say no deadly force against another man instead of a person responsible. It was a conduct necessary. So against another unlawful force. So B, deadly force. Use of threatening. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what the judge is talking about. Yeah, y'all go ahead and look this up. You could read 776.013. And it basically states about the deadly force. It talks about it. I'm not quite sure what the judge is talking about. But anyway, let's get back into it, man.
Social media,
Yes, sir.
is that something you do regularly?
Yes, sir.
Does that include social media platforms like Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Does it include social media platforms like Instagram?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to the night of June 23rd of 2021. Were you on or off duty that night?
I was off duty.
And did you become involved in the investigation regarding the shooting of Officer Raynor that night?
Yes.
How did you become involved? Off duty?
I was at night. I was just scrolling through social media, and then I came across the post that an officer had been hurt in Daytona Beach shooting. Contacted my supervisor, like, hey, have you heard anything about an officer involved shooting? And once it was determined that an officer did get shot, I decided to come in and provide any assistance necessary.
And when you first came in that night, where did you go?
Out to the area of Kingston and Beach.
When you arrived to the area of Kingston and Beach Street in Daytona Beach, were you briefed on the status of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
You recall who briefed you when you arrived?
Sergeant Karcher and Lieutenant Walling, I believe.
And what was Sergeant Karcher's position at the time in the police department?
At the time he was the sergeant for robbery homicide unit.
So he was the supervisor of the detectives who were investigating the homicide.
Yes, sir.
Did you perform any duties out at the scene of 133 Kingston?
I canvassed the area to see if we can locate any possible witnesses. And then later that night, I assisted in a search warrant.
Can you tell the jury what you mean by canvassing the area?
By canvassing the area is we go and walk around, knock doors, check on people, see if there's cameras, knock on doors, see if they heard anything, witness anything that can assist in the investigation.
Is that an investigative tool that's commonly used at the very beginning of an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Was your canvassing of the area fruitful in any way?
No, sir.
So you didn't locate any witnesses or relevant surveillance cameras, anything?
We did talk to a couple of witnesses, but they only heard, and then, they already had made a statement to other officers.
Did you go somewhere else after you're at the 133 Kingston area?
Yes, I met at the Justice Center, and then I was assisting
Volusia County deputies to check another location, I think up in Ormond Beach, for a possible associate of Othal Wallace.
And was that fruitful in any way?
No.
Did there come a time that night when you were given a particular task in regard to social media?
Yes, sir.
What was that task?
So once he was identified as the shooter, his
So
social media.
let me jump in. So you say once he was identified, who was identified?
Oh, yes, sorry. Once Othal Wallace was identified as as the shooter, I was provided his Instagram account, and I located his Instagram account.
And do you recall the screen name for that Instagram account?
RBG Vibes.
Was this account a public social media profile?
Yes, it was public.
Are you comfortable telling the jury the difference between public versus private social media profiles?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, you know, once you have an Instagram account, you can either make it private or public. If you make the Instagram account public, anybody with an Instagram account can view your stories, can view your photographs, can view your friends list, and can also view any type of like post or information you post into Instagram.
So if you could describe to the jury that night, if you had the name, RBG Vibes, you said?
Yes.
How would somebody locate that account on Instagram that night?
So you go on Instagram and then you hit search and then you type in the name RBG Vibes and then the account will pull up.
And would you be able to see with a person that night, be able to see everything on the account because it was another account?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned something in your response a moment ago that people would be able to see stories. Did you say that a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Could you, as best you are you comfortable describing what a story on Instagram?
Yeah, so a story is like little photos, little videos, anything you want to post throughout the day. It will come across the feed, and then you can click on it, view it, and to my knowledge, it's only up on Instagram up to 24 hours.
So if I wanted to put up a story of myself in the group today on my Instagram account, I could take a video of myself and go right to my account and post it.
Yes, sir.
And you said it would be there for about 24 hours.
Yes.
When you went to the account for RBG Vibes, was your attention drawn to a particular story post that was on that Instagram account?
Yes. It was a black screen and there was an audio on it.
Without going into the content of the post, can you just say why your attention was drawn to it?
The time that it said it was posted approximately 2 hours.
And what time were you looking at this post? Did you see it?
Approximately 11 o'clock, 11:05 at night.
11:05 p.m. the night
PM, yes.
the night that Officer Raynor was shot.
Yes, sir.
Did you make an effort to memorialize this post?
I just screen recorded it.
How do you do that?
So your phones, for instance, at the time I had an iPhone. So all you do is just, there's an application on the phone that you can screen record. So like it will record everything on your screen that you're viewing. So it's just you know, whatever you've seen on your screen, like to include phone numbers, anything, you know, apps, anything that the screen is showing, you can record it as a screen recording.
And did you do that with this particular post?
Yes, I did.
And when you screen recorded that particular post, did it capture even the time on your cell phone? You were capturing the post?
Yes, sir.
And when you found this post and you listened to it and recorded it, memorialized it, did you disseminate that post to investigators?
Yes, yes. Yes, investigators on scene.
Did that include lead detective David Donardi?
Yes, he was aware of that.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, I'm approaching you with what's been marked by identification as State's Exhibit R. DVD?
Yes,
How do you recognize that DVD?
that's the signature.
Does it also have a date as well?
Yes,
Did you view the contents or listen to the contents of that DVD on that date?
yes,
Does that DVD contain an accurate, fair and accurate representation of the Instagram story you recorded that night?
yes, sir.
Has it been altered in any way that you can tell?
No, sir.
All right, this time the states are the evidence of the next level states.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'd object at this point because I don't believe they've authenticated it as being or what time it was uploaded. We didn't hear a specific time if it occurred before the incident, after the incident, or anything like that.
I'll overrule the objection. I think there's sufficient information provided to the witness's testimony.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would move to publish the Instagram story.
You may do so.
No, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all, Black power and shit.
What is this last page at the end of the story that the jury sees?
That's his account. That's the photos. You can tell that it's open to the public because I don't follow him and stuff. You can just pull up the name and all the information. Which
Objection, Your Honor. Let me bring something up outside the.
In sidebar or?
Well, it might take a little while. But I have to bring it up on the screen.
You mind stepping up? Or actually, you're in. Objection?
Well, yes, Your Honor. I prefer not to see the picture first, because all I can see is that it's very small. Your Honor, first of all, I would ask for a mistrial based on the fact that per your ruling, there's supposed to be no mention of anything regarding the New Black Panther Party or NFAC, and clearly there's a picture here that's showing the New Black Party, New Black Panther Party. So they violated the pretrial ruling by this court. Second of all, it's extremely prejudicial. We have Chevy here. We have, this is the picture with the AK-47 that they're not supposed to be entering into evidence only by stipulation.
I'm gonna have to come down there and look at it. I can't see it on my screen. It's too small. I'm assuming that your screen is just as small.
Well, I think if they take this photo back with them, then they're able to look at it, so you can be able to see the New Black Panther Party.
It's not a photo.
I'm sorry?
It's not a photo. It's an audio recording. It's not like
This is from his
This is his,
Instagram account.
as I understand, this is what shows when you open his Instagram account, that is the,
yes, sir. At the time.
okay. Let me just I can't see what you're saying.
Where's the Black Panther? It's in there. You know that because of the pictures, and we also have the AK-47. They were able to have that to go back with the
Where does it say Black Panther?
We know that because of the picture that they were trying to produce.
Okay, all right. Let's deal with that one first. I can't see anything on there that says Black Panther. And I'm standing 3 inches from it, and I can't read anything that indicates Black Panther. Does the Black Panthers have a symbol? Is that the symbol of the Black Panther? Okay. And what is the Black Panther? No, 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 no. All right, anything else? As to the Black Panther, I'm going to deny the motion. It's almost impossible to see what's on there. Are you saying that the rifle is on there too?
Yeah, it's the staff right there.
Okay, so you see the, it looks like the back of the rifle. All right, what was the other one?
Well, the other was the machete, and that was maybe that's just.
All right, anything else? Anything else? Okay, I'll deny the motion. However, this last screen is actually necessary.
The defense objective to authentication, this goes to authentication. It's got pictures of Mr. Wallace on the page that it was pulled from. That's why I left it in. And of course, it wasn't still to the defense. I understand. I don't know if you guys are going to argue it. Closing that this isn't Mr. Wallace's intent. This shows what his intent.
I didn't look at any famous pictures. Were there other inflammatory pictures?
No, I don't think any of the others, just those two.
Well, the machete, clearly that's not prejudicial in this case. I'm assuming the viewers are going to try to scrutinize this. The viewers have a screen in the jury room. I just don't see the prejudice, other than just a regular Instagram account. And I don't even see a fancy on that picture.
But I don't even think about, why do they need that?
They said to authenticate that it is his account.
You've already admitted that evidence of the recording, and it's in the account.
Well, the recording was admitted. I think the authentication of it is what the issue. Stipulating that it was his account, then I suppose we get past this point.
Well, it's, but it's come in, it's been authenticated that that's his voice from Tanisha Lewis, so.
They're saying it is. No one has said it is his account yet, other than this officer saying this is what showed on the his account. So my ruling stands. Come in.
And you denied it, Mr. President.
The motion is drawn tonight. I do want to put on the record that I'm looking at the images on the largest TV that we have in the courtroom. I don't even know what the dimensions of this TV is. But it's extraordinarily large, and I can't make out any of the things that are made up, raised by the defense. I know the viewers in the jury room have a screen which is probably half the size or smaller than this one. And the viewers have individual screens that they share in the jury box, which are just standard monitor size screens. And I do not see any of that other than the main picture of the defendant up above and a few other photographs of him. Thank you. All right, ready for the jury? Bring the jury in. All rise for the jury. Can I get the court reporter up here? Can I, counsel sidebar? Can you? Stand by.
Detective, having seen that post, time on your phone, is that time is any other than close enough, and you got the last corner to 23:05?
Yes, sir.
Is that military time?
Yes, sir.
What time, non-military time?
11:05 p.m.
Again, the post was how old?
Approximately 2 hours.
Yes.
So we're been around 9 or so.
Yes, sir.
Any cross-examine? Do you need the screen?
No.
Can you move the screen back? You may proceed.
Detective Botello, did you know anything of Othal Wallace prior to June 23rd of 2021?
No, sir.
Okay, and you were able to locate the video, or not the video, but the audio that was on Othal Wallace's account, his Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it possible to record an audio and then download it at a later time?
Yes. Like on for Instagram, we talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't know if he downloaded the audio 5 days before and then downloaded it that evening, or if he downloaded it, 3 months before and then downloaded it that night, do you?
Correct.
Okay. And then you had no idea that was Othal Wallace on the audio, do you?
No, sir.
Nothing else?
Thank you. Any redirect? All right, may the witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you excused from the subpoena?
Thank you, sir.
Yes. All right, state your next witness.
Neil Denner.
I think
Still come around to the right, and my left, I mean, your left, my right. You make sure you keep your voice up so the viewers can hear what you have to say. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell it for the court reporter?
Dale Thomas Detter, first name spelled D-A-L-E, middle name Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S, last name Detter, D-E-T-T-E-R.
And where are you employed, sir?
City of Daytona Beach as a law enforcement officer.
What's your job at the city of Daytona?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division as a crime scene investigator.
So Daytona Beach, you all have a specialized detective to do crime scene only?
Yes, sir,
And
I am.
how long have you been a law enforcement officer, sir?
23 years,
All with Daytona Beach or with other agencies?
all with Daytona Beach.
Any military experience?
No, sir.
How long have you been in the crime scene unit?
Full-time, about 5 years now. I did part-time for about a year and a half prior to that.
Are you the lead detective in the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what the responsibilities of a crime scene unit, your crime scene unit, are?
Our main responsibilities are for documentation and collection of evidence.
Do you guys ever interview witnesses?
Not typically, no, sir.
Interview defendants, anything else, anything other than just crime scene?
No, sir.
Can you describe for the jury any specialized training you've had in crime scene investigation?
Basic crime scene investigation training, homicide investigations, injury and death investigations. There's a forensic application of DNA, which relates to DNA with genealogy, and then some in-house training with different chemicals that we use, super glue, fuming for latent prints, anhydrine, and the use of luminol.
Let's talk about some of those different things. When it comes to processing items for latent prints, that's something you do in your crime scene unit.
Yes, sir.
Does your crime scene unit do DNA?
We swab for DNA. We do not analyze the DNA.
Who does the testing and the analysis of DNA you might collect from the crime scene?
Typically, we either send it off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or there's different private labs that we've used in the past.
And where does, is it okay if I call it FDLE?
Yes, sir.
What lab do y'all send your FDLE items to?
For DNA processing and firearms, we typically send it to the Orlando office.
Occasionally, do you also utilize the Jacksonville office from time to time?
We do for ballistics and or latent print.
Let's just talk a little bit about crime scenes generally. When you're called out to a crime scene, let's say, for example, shooting, not necessarily this one, what do you typically do when you first arrive to this test of your analysis of crime?
Typically, when I arrive on scene, it's already been cordoned off with crime scene tape. There's usually an officer or two there that are there for security reasons at the scene. I will get with either a detective or one of the first responding officers to kind of get a brief rundown of what may have transpired. From there, I will walk the crime scene, mark any items of evidence that I think are pertinent at the time. And then from there, I will begin photographing the scene and then eventually collecting the evidence.
And when you collect evidence, let's say you found a firearm. I know there was a firearm found at the scene in this case, right?
Correct.
Let's say you found a firearm at the crime scene. How do you package something like that?
Typically, we will, if it's on the scene, if I don't have a firearm box with me, it will be put in an envelope, and once back at the police department, we will download it, put it into a firearm box, and then submit it into property and evidence.
What about, say you found an item of bloody clothing? How would you package that?
Typically, with items that are bloody, they need to be dried before they're packaged, otherwise they'll mildew and change. So we place them in a drying cabinet, and then once they're dried, they will be packaged, placed into property and evidence.
And do you occasionally, when the case dictates it, hold an item of evidence actually in the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir, we have.
And is evidence secured there as well?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to June 23rd now of 2021. Were you still in the crime scene unit as a detective at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond out to 133 Kingston Avenue
Yes, sir.
that night of June 23rd?
Yes, sir.
As you already described for the jury, when you got there, did you get that general briefing?
Yes, sir. I met with Sergeant Karcher and Officer Acosta. Sergeant Karcher advised that Officer Raynor had been shot and was transported to the hospital. And then we began our processing.
So you have that knowledge that you're going into a crime scene that involved a shooting?
Correct.
And was anybody working with you? Did you have anybody else?
Officer Acosta, she was one of our part-time crime scene personnel.
Can you describe the crime scene in general, the area that you were walking, photographing?
It's a single building apartment complex with 2 stories. It's the rear parking area of that complex. The whole area of the back parking lot, more to the east, I would say.
How was the lighting back there?
Or it was dark towards the back part of the parking lot, and the lighting that was there was more up on the building.
Did you bring any lights to illuminate the parking lot as best you could?
We brought one of our portable lighting systems.
Were there also vehicles back in that parking lot still?
There were a couple of vehicles, yes, sir.
Before going to, did you photograph the area?
Yes, sir.
Before going to those photographs, later on that night, did your agency use a drone to take some aerial photos?
It's my understanding there was some drone work that was being done.
And have you reviewed some photographs from that drone?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you with mark identification, it states Exhibit S. It is six separate photographs. You can look at those 6 photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
It appears to be the rear parking area.
Those are photographs obtained from the drone. Do they fairly and accurately represent the crime scene, the lighting, as you observed it on June 23rd, 2021? Altered or tampered in any way you can see?
Doesn't appear so.
Your Honor, who states as for identification and evidence is the next time it states it.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Have permission to follow?
You may do so.
That man will sit down there.
Okay, you need to speak up, though. You're going to step down, okay?
Yes, sir.
And have him stand on the right side here. So as not to block the yours. Stand over here.
Let's see on that side. Going to the first photograph. Can you orient the jury, some of the items, like where's the building in this photograph?
The building would be down here along this bottom portion of the screen.
And towards the back here behind the red car, is this the fence line back here?
Yes, sir. There's some curbing here and then a fence line as well.
And the car to the far left, whose vehicle is that?
This is Officer Raynor's patrol vehicle.
Had it been explained to you that Officer Raynor's patrol vehicle had been moved?
Yes, sir.
Is this the lighting that y'all brought down here at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Photograph 2. Does this just kind of look a little more to the, which direction would this be? To my
The
right.
east is here. This would be to the west, and then we're looking to the south.
This photograph takes a little more of the parking lot to the west.
Correct.
Photograph 3. First, can you orient us in terms of where the building is?
Again, this would be the building. The photo would be taken kind of from the eastern end of the parking area, looking towards the west.
So again, if I go back to the previous photo, we're seeing the red burgundy vehicle here. Is it the same red or burgundy vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And again, is this your illumination that you all brought?
Correct.
Again, can you orient us in terms of direction first?
Again, we're more towards the center of the parking area, looking towards the west. Again, this is the same room vehicle building over here on the right.
Again, the parking lot, this is illuminated by your lights, not by the lights from the apartment.
Correct.
So are there any street lights at that time you recall being back behind the apartment?
No, the only lighting I recall was the ones that were on the building.
Such as this one here in the upper right of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, can you orient us in terms of direction of this photo?
Again, this will be from the very eastern end of the parking lot looking to the west. To our right would be the building, Officer Raynor's patrol vehicle here on the bottom left.
Could we get a better look here on the left side of the fencing and the shrubbery behind the parking area?
Yes, sir, the curbing here, and then the shrubbery is actually on the fence.
Photograph E, where's the camera kind of turned here?
We're looking kind of more towards the building, again, facing to the west.
And so the jury is aware, is this pathway here, is that one access point for vehicles to get back into the parking lot?
Yes, sir, there's actually two. There's one on the western end of the building, and then there's also one on the eastern end of the building.
So kind of right behind the drone, there's another roadway.
Correct.
And then Kingston would be on the exact other side of this building.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. For now, you can return to the witness stand. Actually, Detective Detter, you could probably stay down. I'm sorry. While you're down here, Detective, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit T. Go through those. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are they generally depict?
They're my crime scene photos from the night of the incident.
Do they depict the actual scene, but also items of evidence that you collected?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly accurately depict those items as they appear to you, seen as they appear to you on June 23rd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Altered or tampered with in any way you could see?
Doesn't appear so.
Remove this composite exhibit evidence of the state's T for identification.
Without objection? No objection. I will be admitted as evidence.
Detective, before we actually go into the photographs, did you collect a gun belt and a firearm? That's the photograph gun belt and firearm.
Yes, sir.
Where was that gun belt and firearm?
It was in the trunk of Officer Raynor's vehicle.
Was the firearm still in the gun belt?
Yes, sir.
Was the clip over the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Did you also locate in that parking lot a hat?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect that hat? Did you photograph that hat?
We did.
Now, at this time, I would move to publish the last state's exhibit, which was 16, the jury.
Next sheet.
First photo here, what are we looking at?
This is Officer Raynor's patrol vehicle. As previous pictures, it's in the southeastern portion of the parking lot.
Again, this was after, as has been told to you, it had been moved.
Yes, sir.
Photograph B, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of Officer Raynor's trunk of the vehicle, his duty belt that was secured in the trunk.
And we see the various accoutrements that he would have on his belt, his radio.
Radio, firearm, asp. I'm not sure if that's all really visible right there.
On photograph C,
Again, flashlight, asp, firearm, radio.
this is the, appears to be the taser back here.
Correct.
On photograph D, what are we looking at in photograph D?
This is just a closer up picture of the firearm that was holstered on the gun belt.
And is this the strap that you previously testified about that was still over the rear of the firearm?
Correct.
Now, photograph E, first, where's the building compared to where you are taking this photograph?
The building would be behind me and kind of going towards my right.
And do we see Officer Raynor's vehicle again here?
Yes, sir.
And do we see even the color, but do we see that maroon or red car?
It's kind of over here in the middle of the photo on the right.
And some items are marked here. What are these items back here against the curb?
Item A is where some of the items where they had treated Officer Raynor. Items of evidence that we located there were his nameplate. There's, we call them keepers, duty belt keepers. That attach to the gun belt, go over the gun belt, keep them secure. There was, I believe, a credit card that was located there, and then there were two, a long sleeve shirt and a white t-shirt.
This is another angle of kind of the items, the area we were just looking at when you turn, I guess, to the west.
Correct. Again, items A and C are in there, and then B is the hat that was located in the parking lot.
And again, the same maroon car that we saw in the drone photo.
Correct.
Photograph G, kind of self-explanatory, there's a building to your right here,
Yes, sir. That would be the building on the right.
so you'd be looking directly westbound.
Pretty much, yes, sir.
So with these last three photographs, is it just you turning more westbound with each photo to
Correct.
document the scene?
Yes, sir.
H, what are we looking at here? What direction? Let's start with that.
We would be looking in a southeasterly direction. Again, my back would be to the building. The one bar in view, items A and C in the hat.
Photograph I,
Again, building behind me, and there's a kind of more of a direct shot to the south of the placard items that are around.
and photograph J, what are we looking at here?
Again, this is for items marked with A. Officer Raynor's nameplate was found in here. There's a black credit card over here, and the two shirts that were over here.
So is this the actual, when you're talking about the curve, are you referring to here?
This would be the curbing
Okay, the
that I was
park.
talking about, but there is some concrete block against the fence line.
So you've got some parking curbing, then some concrete block against the fence line.
Correct.
And this fence line is right behind the concrete block. There's some shrubbery.
Yes, sir.
Photograph K, what are we looking at?
This is a photo of item B, the hat that was in the middle of the park.
And detectives, this is typically how you photograph crime scenes. You start farther away and work in closer with your photographs.
Yes.
Thank you, detective. Now you can go back to the witness for now. recognize the item that's contained inside that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is it? What's in it?
It's the baseball hat that was photographed in the middle of the parking lot.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when we photographed it in the parking lot?
Appears.
Was that item appear to have been sent to FDLE?
Yes, sir.
How can you tell?
Typically, they use the red evidence, and they also have their yellow sticker with some initialing on it as well.
Has it been altered or tampered other than FDLE looking at it based on their tape there?
Doesn't appear so.
Your Honor, I move this item into evidence as the next number speaking to it.
No objection. Without objection, admitted.
Just right now, the detective just take it out. I'm fine if he stays with the stand and holds it up.
I had turned it over to Captain Loomis, who was in turn going to be giving it to FDLE to have it processed.
In regard to the duty belt and the firearm, did you collect those items that night or did you do something else with them?
They were locked, secured in the trunk of the car in our crime scene garage. It was kind of being determined whether they were going to be doing a search warrant to get any of those items. Eventually, it was determined that they were not, and the duty belt was taken out of the vehicle and placed in the crime lab.
And can you tell the jury how a car gets from, for instance, this location to the Daytona Beach Police Department and security?
We have a contract record service, Daytona Record Service. Typically, the vehicle is sealed, and then an officer detective will follow the vehicle back to our police department, and then it's placed in the garage. It is secured.
And eventually, did you make a determination that no search warrant was necessary to take the belt out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you take the duty belt and firearm out of the vehicle?
We did.
And where did you put it after that?
It was in the crime lab.
And is that a secure location?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, was there a reason why it didn't go to property and evidence right away?
We were trying to make a determination of how we could best tag the items with all items intact. And it kind of went back and forth.
Let me ask you this, is property and evidence typically want a loaded firearm for property and evidence?
No, sir.
Was that one of the reasons you kept it in the crime lab?
One of them, yes, sir.
Did you want to preserve it in the condition that you found it as well?
Yes, sir.
At a later time, to your knowledge, was the firearm taken out of the gun belt so it could be safe and secure in property and evidence in matters of consent?
Yes, sir.
Were you present for that? Did you break them down?
I did.
First witness, Your Honor? That looks like state's E for identification. You recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
What is it? Other than being mounted on this board in the same substantially similar condition you photographed it, they were removed from the trunk and then placed it in that.
Yes, sir.
So the difference is the firearms not in the belt. time I will state speed for identification and evidence is necessary.
No objection. Without objection, admitted to subject.
Okay, first witness again, Your Honor.
May.
So I'm now approaching you with state's act for identification. You recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
Here's the Officer Raynor's firearm.
Is it the same or substantially similar condition as when you broke it down to the cabin duty belt?
Yes.
When you placed it in evidence? Altered or tampered with in any way conceived other than being mounted on the front board? Your Honor, move state's act for identification and evidence is the next time the state.
No objection. Without objection, admitted to subject.
Your Honor, I move to publish these two items. May the detective step down. First, I move to publish page 18. Hold that up to the jury for a moment. Thank you, sir. Next, move to publish states 19. Thank you, sir. Turn to witness again. Detective, that first night you're out there searching in the parking lot, you look for a shell case.
Yes, sir.
At that time, did you all know whether or not a semi-automatic firearm or revolver had been used in the crime?
We did not.
Do you know the difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury why that would matter in terms of looking for a shell case?
Typically with a revolver, the bullets are in a cylinder on the firearm. Once the bullets are fired, its shell casing does not eject. It stays in the cylinder and then rotates for the next round to be used. The semi-automatic firearm, once you fire a round, it actually extracts the shell casing that comes out of the firearm and seats another bullet to be used.
So if a revolver was used, would you expect to find a shell casing?
No, sir.
If a semi-automatic firearm was used, as you described, would you expect to find a shell casing?
We, we would hope to, yes, sir.
Did you spend quite a bit of time looking that night for a shell casing?
We did.
Was that fruitful in any way that night?
That night, no, sir.
Did you do something about that the next day? Did you take another crack at it?
Yes, sir. I had told Officer Karcher that I felt we needed to come back in the daylight hours with normal everyday lighting to have a better look at it. Once we came in the morning, we went down to the scene. A couple of detectives had arrived prior to me, and then when I arrived.
And were you all able to locate the shell casing?
When I arrived on scene, Detective Toledo had advised me that she or they had found a casing.
And did you do the same thing you did the night before, where we saw the crime scene photograph the area and the casing before collecting it?
Yes, sir.
I first witness again, Your Honor.
May.
Showing states B for identification. Today. 4 pages of content. recognize those four photographs?
Yes, sir.
What did they say?
The photos of the day that the casing was found of the parking lot and the casing.
So these are daytime photos of the parking lot behind 133. And altered or tampered in any way you consider this fairly accurate, represent how the parking lot looked to you on a condition of June 24, 2021.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I just state the evidence is the next one to be considered.
No objection. No objection is made to this evidence.
Question of published states 20.
Stevie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They wouldn't step down.
Can you move the microphone back?
Good, you still have my point. Thank you for holding on to. Can you orient the jury in terms of where the building is?
This would be similar view, shooting due south, building would be behind me.
At this time, the red car is gone.
Correct.
Photograph B, what direction are we looking here?
This would be, I would be more on the eastern end facing shooting towards the west.
And what is this placard one being used to mark?
That is where the showcasing is located.
And what's this area here? that appears to be red?
That's where item A in previous photos had been marked, where the T-shirts and the nameplate and credit card were located.
So some of the bloody items you had collected. Photograph C, are we just kind of moving closer and closer to this placard one?
Yes, sir.
Finally, photograph D, what are we looking at here?
Closer up view of the showcasing marked by the placard.
Did you collect this showcasing, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you package it in a manner that you've already described for the jury here tonight?
Yes, sir.
I don't think you'll need your gloves again for that. Ever what is wrong? Not showing you states N as in Nancy, by identification. W for Wilson by identification. You recognize that item?
It appears to be the showcasing recovered.
And on the back side of that item, it's actually got the packaging you place the showcasing into.
Yes, sir. This would be our packaging for my property.
The appropriate labeling for the item. Is there FDLE tape on this item as well? This item point FDLE. Is it the same substantially similar conditions when you collect it? Our move states W in the evidence is the next time it states.
No objection. No objection is made to this evidence.
And we can set out a public round. Case inside of the jury.
Like I said, you will have all these items with you in your delivery.
Thank you, sir. I just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
The defense, do you need the TV?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yeah.
You're fine. Which one do you want there? The nighttime. It'll go, yep.
Detective Detter, how are you today?
Pretty good for you.
Good. You weren't the lead investigator on this case, were you?
No, sir.
Who was?
I think it was Detective Denardi.
Denardi? Okay. All right. And when you were there doing these drone photos, about what time was that?
I arrived on scene around 10 o'clock, so I'm not sure exactly when the photos. We had already set up our lighting and stuff, so I would imagine at 11 o'clock.
So this incident took place at roughly about 8:50. Does that seem right?
From what I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And would have been somewhat lighter at that point than it was when you arrived, with it being just after the summer solstice?
Yeah, I would say depending on what time the sun goes down at that.
Okay. All right. All right, and actually, if I could have you come down. Okay. And again, this picture is depicting what?
This is the rear parking area of 133 Kingston.
And when you were investigating what was going on, you knew that Raynor's vehicle had been moved?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately where it was when the incident took place, based on your investigation?
From my understanding, it was somewhere in this area here.
And then do you know where Mr. Wallace's vehicle would have been during the incident?
From what I know, the incident and where Officer Raynor had fallen was here in this area, and I believe that the suspect vehicle would have been right in this.
And then, so you had this maroon car that was here at the time of the incident?
Yes, sir.
And then you have Officer Raynor's vehicle in this area?
Somewhere in that area. Yes,
And
sir.
then Mr. Wallace's vehicle in this area?
Yes, sir.
And then is there a fence back here?
There it is.
So basically kind of blocked in Mr. Wallace was at that point?
Objection called.
You can answer the question, no.
I don't know for sure how.
You don't know how close they were in proximities, but there was an object to, if we're looking at.
Can I get you to step farther down to the doors?
I'm sorry. Just
If we're looking at this angle, there was a vehicle to his right, correct? Mr. Wallace's right, well, to our right, Mr. Wallace's vehicle.
Correct.
Vehicle to the right of Mr. Wallace.
yes, sir.
There was a vehicle in front, or somewhat in front, not really a block, there was a vehicle in front, correct?
Correct.
And then there was Mr. Wallace's vehicle to the left of the room.
From our view, yes.
And then there was a fence behind.
Correct.
And this is the duty belt for Mr. Raynor, right?
Yes, sir.
And you see the taser.
That photo, it may be over here. Actually, it may be here. Yes, sir.
Can you see the safety latch for the taser?
I cannot, not in this photo, no, sir.
And that's the safety latch for the handgun and the safety latch.
Correct.
You never did take a picture of the safety latch for the taser?
No, sir.
All right, you can go back. All right, Detective Detter, were you, and I asked this because I can't remember, were you part of evidence viewing on December 27th?
I was not.
You were not? Okay. All right. You stated that you broke down all the items from the duty belt. When did you do that?
I believe it was in March.
March of 2023? So, and how was the duty belt stored in the evidence locker?
In a paper bag.
Just a paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so it was stored with the magazine was removed, I'm assuming, from the handgun while it was stored?
No, it was all intact. It wasn't touched until it was broken down.
Okay. All right, so from June until March of 2023, you had everything that was involved in the duty belt shoved in this paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and when you broke the duty belt down, which was in March, did you examine all the items?
I counted rounds. I looked at the items as I placed them into packaging.
Okay, and in what position was the safety latch for the taser? You don't recall? When we were looking at the video or the photographs up there of the drone footage from that night, was there enough room in it to look behind that maroon car?
It was fairly far up against the fence line in the shrubbery.
But could you have gone back and looked behind it?
I don't know if anybody attempted to.
I have nothing else, Sharon.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Want to clarify a couple things, Detective. Defense was asking about the drone photographs.
Yes, sir.
You actually run the drone?
I do not.
Does anybody have a pilot license to actually run the drone?
You do?
You're just testifying those photos accurately.
Yes, sir.
In terms of Officer Raynor's vehicle, did you observe any what appeared to be recent damage from a vehicle having struck his car that night?
Not that I noted, no, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I missed that one.
What's up, gang? How y'all feel about what's going on, man? I don't know. I feel like she get a new judge for sure. Gang. Hold on. How y'all feel about what's going on? I feel like they should get a new judge, man. I feel like they should get a new judge. There's some biasness that's going on. I ain't never seen that for the Caucasian cases out there. I never seen it. They definitely reaching with the social medias, stuff like that. The first guy, he couldn't even say the one that did all the recording. It couldn't even say much. Yeah, the lawyers is doing pretty good based off of the biasness that's going on. I mean, so they just have to do what they gotta do. So yeah, we still freeing Ozone. It's free Ozone. Let's make sure we still donate. Othal.org. I think yesterday, last time I checked Othal.org, it was said, and this was right before the end of the live yesterday. So it was at 93,876. So I'm gonna refresh it. See where we at right now. Right now we at 94,942.42. All right. Let's keep the donations going for our brother. Make sure we get them on. All right. I'll put that back up in a minute once things get started back again. But yeah, let's go ahead and put hashtag free ozone. Y'all go ahead and hit the like button. 45 that's in here, hit the like button, everybody. Let's hit the like button. Let's hit the like button. I am going to share this platform. Matter of fact, if anybody that got something to say, let me bring y'all to the platform. Let's go ahead and hit like. Let's go ahead and share. Let's do hashtag free ozone. Either hashtag free ozone or hashtag Othal is coming home. It's that link. For anybody that have anything to say, come on up. I will cut you off if you saying something reckless. Just FYI. But yeah, if you want to come on up, come on up. We are still doing this case. We're going to do this case until it's over with. When we see the smiles on the brother's face, we're like, oh, I'm coming home. You know what I'm saying? Free ozone. I mean, I'm getting ready to do what I do in the day. But yeah, free ozone. Free ozone. But nah. I got the link up for anybody that want to come in. Bear with me, I'll be right back.
About to die by the knee of the police. A man named Ahmad was strolling. As a result of being targeted by COINTELPRO, I, like many other young people, was faced with the threat of prison, underground, exile, or death. The FBI, with the help of local police agencies, systematically fed false accusations and fake news articles to the press, accusing me and other activists of crimes we did not commit. Although in my case the charges were eventually dropped or I was eventually acquitted, the national and local police agencies created a situation where, based on their false accusations against me, any police officer could shoot me on sight. It was not until The Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-70s that we began to see the scope of the United States government's persecution of political activists.
I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Don't wanna be celebrity. I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Yeah. Don't wanna be celebrity. University. Hey, I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. While they chasing the plug, I'm on 100%. Screaming gas, what's gonna cover the city? Now I ain't focused on another event. I'm trying to make sure all the sisters and brothers make rent. Let's get it, fam. Without catching another offense. I bet leather will smother the prince. I read that black is the color of strength. You getting gray? Lanes grow envious. Think we won't take it back? I'm more Indian than Cleveland or casinos. Concrete, dream catches what we know. With fear conquers the FIBO 5-0. Put a brick on your head like Craig did Debo. The fans frontin' kilos and we so head hunting for zeros. Wanna be Ninos. Your bells get cracked on and smoke like Primos. All for the road of Evo. So laying low is my stilo. Somebody hate. I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Don't wanna be celebrity. I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. I think they call that jealousy. I tell them only honey sweet, better let it be. Yeah. Don't wanna be celebrity. Hey, I'm just trying to dodge these felonies. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. It's on my soul. Nigga, no, it's my stilo. So funny, the jealous got me strapped like Spice One. The haters inverted love. You fools is making me your icon. Survive torrents of torment, and I'm living proof. Don't know if they come around to pray or pray. Like Dylan Roof, the cave dwellers got avatars and standings, so you don't have to show me more than your darn skin. The carnage at the Audubon was brought upon by jealousy and COINTEL. Spreading dissension, your organization gon' go to hell. Sometimes petty or further murder is the motive. Excuse me, global African supremacy got me bloated. Gat quoted and told it, hoping I pop a copper cracker before I smother a brother in the heat of the moment. You could have the fame, I just want to see the sports when I work hard. Catch jockeying for the king of the junkyard. River over the Cobra, sir. Watch the venomous overtures. I'm out the street, but still connected like a lotus bird. Worried about phone taps, watch your yak. Sweet somethings that pillow talk. The slightest suspicion, you get curved like a scimitar. I'm your inner god. Need the warning, cause the morning be the celebration. Hope you don't reach your goal or final destination. Primal self-preservation is rule numero uno. Whether national, international, urban, suburban, or rural. Remember, I go hard, no F's on my report card. So if I spill them, a first-time felon can't afford the charge. Too much to lose to entertain or play the guessing game. Why root when we have no dispute? Split noodle, I ain't stretch a day. Damn biatch, hell with the fame of fiat. That ain't why we rock African liberation. I live it and hope you can dig it like D.I. What?
Hey, so check this out. I'm up here just reading the comments from this live, and I'm looking at all the racist white people. You know, they ain't here trolling. They ain't here saying all types of stuff against our race. Just to let you know that this is a race thing. It's not just the Othal Wallace thing. You know, look at this person, Big B, Tennessee. All blacks is guilty. All blacks is guilty. Look, they're saying guilty this, guilty that. You know what I'm saying? They up in here. This is a race thing. Nobody is saying anything about this biased judge. can guarantee you, if this was a white person, if Ozone was white and the cop was black, it would be a whole different thing. They'd be like, why did the cop even touch him? It'll be a different thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm still waiting on the part where they're going to talk about the history of the cop and how he consistently harassed people. Somebody said he was supposed to be suspended, or he just got off of suspension, off of harassment. So it's crazy. I can't wait till that is brought up. So Ozone defense team, I know they got a few things under their belt, but right now, you know, I feel like the oven is still warming up. Still warming up. It's about to get real hot in a second. It's about to get real hot. Definitely stay tuned to what's going on. Stay tuned to what's going on, my good people. The volume is not on. They just talking, conversating. It's like a recess that's going on. All right. It's like a little recess. Yeah, they're going to get back to it. Ozone is in the building. My guy. See how he looked at the camera? Like, yeah, you know what time it is. Yeah, man. So they up in here. Racism is in the building. Racism is in that building. Right there. Crazy, man. Hey, I want to get the spirits right. I'm going to still play some music. I'm still getting ready. I'm about to do what I need to do out here in these streets. We still going to do the live, though, for sure. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be popping in and out. But I'll let y'all know what's going on, man.
Now, united front of the collective of MCs, myself, Field Green, Doc Motley, aka Ambassador O, and my brother out of Milwaukee, my brother University Avenue. So collectively, we are known as United Front. We all 4 solo artists. Collectively, we also have groups within the group. But United Front ultimately is a collection of artists who are revolutionary in thought and in action. And it's about the uplifting of black people.
We ain't trying to struggle no more. Act like the block in the jungle no more. Act like the block in the jungle. Made it out, they don't love you no more. They wonder why the trust is so low, so low. You know, we ain't trying to struggle no more. We ain't trying to struggle. Act like the block in the jungle no more. The block in the jungle. You made it out, they don't love you no more. Hey, what a love. They wonder why the trust is so low, so low. I can see why they ain't lonely at the bottom. Everybody judging, they ain't holding up their honor. You can hold me to my word, don't gotta be a scholar. This kept something out of college. We graduated from dollars to commas. What's next is digits. Victory is upon us. Don't be quick to speak. See, silence is golden. When you're grinding, your emotions control. And be modest, ain't no folding. When it's violence, I'm unloading till it's sirens. Even though I'm protecting mine. Around here, respect is prize. You can tell I hate how I stay next to nines. I see them looking so I recognize. Before I'm recognized, never forget the mind's weaponized. It's still a cypher when it's repping time. Cause the whole city cutthroat just to be next in line, next in line, next in line. We ain't trying to struggle no more. Can't act like you lie in the jungle no more. If when you made it out, they don't love you no more. And they wonder why the trust is so low, so low. We ain't trying to struggle no more. Can't act like you lie in the jungle no more. If when you made it out, they don't love you no more. And they wonder why the trust is so low, so low. Misery loves company. Love just don't love and leave. Ask me to just believe. When you're starving, it's hard not to adjust the greed. I was living out the balance. I never wanted to touch the beams. But when your stomach cut your spleen, you be dead if famine crush the team. Topics get cropped. If we come for green, might think we do it just for gleam. The diamond and crusted rings. But when I was asleep, I had illustrious dreams. Still every angel doesn't come with wings. Nightmare on every street. Imagine waking up a king. The throne, the trusted queen. Carving, carving out the blushing scenes. Before we do our part together for a love supreme. Success.
All right.
We proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. You're a little soft-spoken, so you might have to just speak up or lean into that mic. Okay? Please state your entire name.
William Garrett Nipper Jr., WILLIAM, GARRETTEKNIPPER.
And Mr. Nipper, how old are you, sir?
38.
What city and county do you live in?
Daytona Beach, Volusia County.
And what's your actual address?
110 Kingston Street.
Is this a house, an apartment?
It's a two-story house.
Two-story house? Do you rent it? And were you living in that same house back in June of 2021, sir?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the apartments located in 133?
Yes.
In relation to your house, where are they?
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular, so they're kind of across the street
Yeah, at an angle.
at an angle, so is that to the west?
Yes.
And back in June, the early summer, spring of 2021, has there been some incidents that were happening over at 133?
With all the apartments on that street.
So the apartment complex right next to it as well?
Yes.
Did this include some shootings?
Several.
Did your house actually get damaged by some of these shootings?
I've repaired 9 bullet holes in a matter of 6 months that year.
Did you end up that year getting some surveillance equipment?
Yes.
Where did you get that surveillance?
Off that.
How many cameras did you get?
8.
Did you install them yourself?
Yes.
After you installed them, did you ever have any issues with them?
No.
No malfunctions, anything like that?
No.
The date and time on the cameras, is that closely accurate or not exact?
Yes, it's normally within an hour or so of the actual time.
If you wanted to see some video from one of your cameras, how would you access it?
I have a wireless mouse and I have my own dedicated TVs for it in the house.
Dedicated TVs for it now? What was after a certain number of days, would old footage be deleted?
I have it set to reset once a week. My designated time.
Yes, we are, I'm sorry.
I have it set at a designated time once a week to reset itself.
So basically, you can go back in time up to 7 days.
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to June 23rd of 2021. That night, early morning, did law enforcement come to your home
That night.
that night? Why were they, do you know why they were coming there?
Apparently an officer had been shot at one of the apartments.
Why were they interested in your house?
Because I have some of the only surveillance footage on the street.
Okay. And did they want to copy or want to view your surveillance video?
Yes.
Did you pull the video up for them?
Yes.
And did you provide them the video surveillance that they asked for a copy of?
Yes. I let them take the whole hard drive for 48 hours.
And then they gave it back afterwards? Yes. Okay. Can I approach the witness now?
Me.
So I'm showing you safe O for identification.
it's mine.
Is your signature, have you watched the contents of that CD? Does that contain a portion of the surveillance video that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
Other than being shortened, was it altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, Blue states, O for identification and evidence is the next number exhibit.
Any objection? Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
May do so.
Okay. Before I start playing this, Mr. Nipper, what camera at your house are we looking at?
One of the ones on the front porch, and it faces to the west, up Kingston, facing towards Ridgewood.
And is this the far western apartment on 33 Kingston? Is it not us here?
Yes,
And is there an access road to the parking lot behind on this far west side?
yes,
Is
and
there another access road between these two buildings back to the parking lot as well?
yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to read the instruction?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, you're about to view audio recording. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The facts that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one more question, Mr. Nipper. This was much earlier, right?
Yes.
The time saying 6:23.
I think it was an hour off at that time, roughly, so that's probably around 7.
But is this a good depiction of the area during the daytime?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I have no further questions for you.
I think. Any cross-examination?
Mr. Nipper, did you know Othal Wallace?
No,
No? Did you ever see him around at all?
not really. I don't go on that side of the street.
Okay. All right, and you said there are a lot of things going on around that time, gunshots and things like that?
Yes, the apartments were known to have drive-bys during broad daylight. I've had to break up gunfights in my own front yard because I have bigger guns in my house after my years of service.
Never have to break up a gunfight involving Othal Wallace?
No, I do not know him.
Ever have to encounter Othal Wallace?
Not that I know of.
Nothing else.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
You are released from subpoena. I'll see, call your next witness. Raise your hand.
I do.
Come around to your left.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone, okay?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Corey Crumbly, Corey Crumbley.
And where do you work?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Orlando, and I'm assigned to the biology section.
How long have you been with FDLE?
21 years.
Can you just take the jury briefly through your 21 years with FDLE, this position you had?
I started out as a forensic technologist, and that was just a laboratory support staff position where I made reagents. I assisted analysts in casework, handled maintenance and quality control. After about 3.5 years, I was promoted to crime laboratory analyst, where I completed an approximately year-long training program that consisted of extensive reading, laboratory exams, written exams, oral exams, supervised casework, a mock trial, and a qualifying test. And then in 2017, I was promoted to senior crime laboratory analyst, which is the position that I hold now.
What is a senior crime laboratory analyst do on a day-to-day basis?
I perform independent casework, I train other analysts, and I'm also the CODIS administrator.
When you say casework, are you talking about DNA analysis?
Yes, STR, short tandem repeat DNA analysis.
Could you tell the jury what training you have in conducting DNA analysis?
I have that year-long training program that I just explained, and then every year I am required to, I'm acquired to participate and complete approximately 8 hours of external training. I read journal articles, I attend conferences and classwork, and complete FDLE training to keep abreast of current technologies and to learn new methodologies that are implemented into the laboratory.
The field of DNA is kind of always evolving, changing, getting better.
Yes, it's always getting better, new chemistries, better instrumentation in order to perform the testing.
Now, does FDLE have proficiency testing?
Yes.
What's proficiency testing?
A proficiency test is a test that I take twice a year that demonstrates that I'm competent and able to perform the testing properly. And it also tests the laboratory procedures that I use every day to perform the testing.
You said twice a year you do that?
Twice a year.
Other analysts within your laboratory do that as well?
Everyone that is involved in independent casework participates in proficiency testing.
And have you testified before as an expert in the field of DNA, or have you rendered an opinion before in the field of DNA identification?
Yes, I have.
How many different times do you think you've rendered opinions in court?
Approximately 50 times.
Your Honor, I ask at this time this witness be allowed to render an opinion related to forensic biology to this jury.
The witness will be permitted to express an opinion. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crumley, can you tell the jury what DNA is?
DNA is your genetic blueprint. Half of it comes from your mother, half of it comes from your father. Your DNA profile is determined at conception and it remains the same throughout your lifetime.
Is each person's DNA unique to that person?
Unless you have an identical twin, your DNA would be unique for the markers that I test for.
And can you tell the jury where generally DNA can be found from a person?
It could be found in blood, semen, saliva, skin cells, bone, tissue, and hair.
Can you describe for the jury the process that you go through to process a DNA sample?
The first step is DNA extraction. That's where I use heat and chemicals to break open the cells and get the DNA out. The next step of the process is called quantitation. That test just tells me how much DNA I have recovered from that extraction process. I need to know how much DNA I have to move forward in the process. The next step is called amplification. During that step, I perform what's called the PCR test, the polymerase chain reaction. That allows me to target and copy the DNA at all of the locations that I test for. I only need to test the DNA where it is unique, individual to individual. So I'm only looking at specific sections or portions of the DNA. The next step is DNA analysis. That's where any DNA that I have obtained through the process is detected. I'm able to visualize a DNA profile and then make comparisons between DNA profiles from evidence in the case to DNA profiles from known reference samples in the case.
No, you say known referencing. What do you usually get for a known reference?
Typically, I get what's called a buccal swab. Essentially, the collection of that involves taking a cotton tip swab. It looks like a Q-tip that you see every day, probably in your own homes and use. And it is placed inside the mouth, and a sample is collected from the inside of the cheek to collect cells that can be used to test for DNA. And once I have a DNA profile, that gives me a DNA profile for a particular individual that I can use to compare to unknown samples from evidence to determine who may or may not be a donor. No. Yes.
Do you also at times receive for a known to get a known stain, blood stain card?
Sometimes it's a bloodstain card, yes. A bloodstain card is a piece of filter paper where blood from a particular person is spotted onto the card. Since that blood is collected directly from an individual, the same way that a buccal swab is, it can be used as a known reference sample for comparison if a DNA profile is obtained.
And is a bloodstain card more common, say, if the person whose DNA is becoming known who you're testing for is deceased?
Yes.
So that's something a medical examiner will collect.
That's correct.
And the process you described, that kind of the four-step process of your testing, is that commonly accepted within the scientific community?
It is.
Now, in this case, it relates to this case, were you a senior crime laboratory analyst back in June of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you only initially involved in this case at the very beginning?
Yes.
How did it come about that you became involved at the very beginning?
I received a phone call late in the evening on June 24th from command staff at FDLE in Orlando requesting that I come in and work a particular item of evidence rush. And I was available, so I went in to work it.
At a later time, after you worked these initial items, did another analyst handle the rest of the case?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst Tim Petrie.
Same job as you?
Same job as me.
What items did you receive in the initially from Daytona? Sorry.
I received a hat and clothing represented as being from Officer Jason Raynor.
And did you examine, which of these items did you examine?
I examined only the hat.
Did you also take a look at the hairs from the hat as well?
Yes, when I opened up the evidence to examine the hat, I saw 2 hairs. I collected those. I performed a microscopic exam on those hairs to determine if they were suitable to be sent forward for DNA testing, and they were not.
Why weren't they suitable to be sent forward for DNA testing?
Hairs suitable for DNA testing have to contain a root, and that root has to be a live root. Based on the microscopic exam that I performed, the hairs did not meet that criteria, so they were not moved forward for DNA.
And what about the hat? How do you go about processing a hat for DNA?
So when it comes to a hat, the first thing I'm going to do, of course, is to look at it for stains. If I see any stains of significance, I may collect samples from those stains for DNA testing. There were no stains. It was a little bit dirty, but there were no biological stains that I could see on the hat. So the next step would be for me to focus on who may have been wearing the hat. So I collected what I call a sample for wearer. When an individual wears an item of clothing, the skin comes in contact with that clothing and there can be a transfer of skin cells to that item. I wanted to collect samples of those potential skin cells and send those forward to DNA analysis in order to attempt to obtain a DNA profile. So the hat, when you wear a hat, the best place for that transfer to happen is the inside band of the hat that comes in contact with your head as you're wearing it. So I took a cotton tip swab, again, similar to a Q-tip. I moistened it with some deionized water, and I rubbed that swab along the inner band of the hat in order to transfer any DNA that may be on the hat to the swab, and I sent the swab forward for DNA testing.
And did you take that swab through the same process you already described?
I did.
And what were the results of your analysis of that swab?
I obtained a mixed DNA profile consistent with 2 individuals. One of those donors was consistent with being a male individual, and the data was suitable for comparison. Mixed DNA profile is a DNA profile that contains DNA from more than one person.
And now at this point, so you've got a mixed profile, at least 2 contributors, is that?
Yes, it was consistent with 2 people.
And suitable for comparison.
Yes.
Do you have anything to compare it to?
No, I did not have anything to compare it to.
Was that all of the testing you did in this case?
Yes.
The rest of the work was performed by senior crime laboratory analyst. It's always a mouthful. Petrie?
Yes, it was.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes. That's you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll tend to the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
There are numerous ways in which a person can transfer DNA from themselves to another substance or another item.
Yes.
Sweating is one of those ways.
Yes.
Bleeding,
Yes.
shedding hairs,
Shedding hairs.
spit.
Yes.
Okay. When we're talking about touch DNA, are any of those combinations existent when a person were to touch a substance and DNA would be left behind, or is there some other chemical that would leave DNA when a person touches the substance?
It would depend on if something was on that person's hands, like saliva. If you bite your fingernails or something like that, there may be saliva on your hands that could be transferred as you touch an item. But typically when you touch something, it would be a skin cell transfer based on the contact that was made with that particular item.
Thank you. And certainly you'd perform some analysis to a hat, right?
Yes,
And a hat's an article of clothing.
it is.
So we can assume that there would be other articles of clothing which DNA can be detected.
Yes,
An officer's uniform for one of them?
yes.
And in terms of DNA, if DNA exists on a particular item, we don't know when the DNA was there. We just know that it was there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But are there any methods that you're familiar with that would allow an analyst like yourself to determine when DNA is present or when DNA found its way upon a particular item?
No, the testing that I perform only tells me what DNA is present on the sample that I perform the testing on. It does not tell me when it was deposited or in what manner it was deposited.
And the fact that you didn't perform any analysis as to the officer's clothing means that you have no testimony to provide about whether Mr. Wallace's DNA was present on the clothing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing further.
All right, can you redirect?
No,
May the witness be excused? Defense?
Yes.
Okay, you're released from the subpoena. You're free to go. Next witness.
Yes, sir. The state would call Othal Wallace.
Yes, sir. Here, sir. Face the clerk, raise your right hand and swear in. I do. You can follow the deputy over here. You may have a seat. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say, okay? You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
You're gonna talk really loud.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
First name Othal, last name Wallace.
Can you spell your last name first, sir?
Wallace.
Mr. Wallace, where do you live?
Gainesville.
How long have you lived in Gainesville for?
All my life.
Do you know Mr. Wallace sitting over there?
That's my son.
What do you do for work right now? You work at the University of Florida?
I do.
Been there for a while in the information department?
Yes, sir.
Bring your attention now till June 23rd, 2021. Do you remember that night, somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, getting a phone call from your son?
I do.
Okay. Can you, where were you at when you got the phone call?
Laying in my bed.
What did he say when he called you, sir?
He just said he had some stuff going on and he need to get away.
Did he give you any specifics about it?
Not really.
Did he mention anything about a police officer being shot?
He did.
What did he tell you about that, sir?
Cop shot. I gotta get away. That's
Okay.
it.
Did he ask you to do anything for him?
That's before a whip.
Right, and I know what a whip is and you do, but could you explain to the jury what a whip is?
A vehicle.
Okay, so between 9 and 10 o'clock that night, he called you asking if he became a vehicle?
Yes.
Well, what did you tell him when you're talking?
I see him later.
Okay. Did you ask him to call you when you got to Gainesville?
I did.
In the time when he first called you, to later on when he may have got to Gainesville, or when he tried to call you again, did you learn some information?
I did.
What sort of information did you learn that caused you not to want to answer the phone?
The incident of him being here now.
Okay. So you heard about a police officer being shot?
I did.
Why did you not want to answer the phone, sir?
Wasn't gonna give him a car.
You didn't want to get involved, right?
That's right.
Did you receive a phone call or did he try to call you that day again?
I did not.
Did he trying to call.
I think he did, but I did not answer the phone.
Right, but did he call you? You didn't answer.
Yeah, I just shut my phone down.
Remember if he said anything about trying to get to the border? Or did you have on like that?
See, it was-
I'm sorry? Overrule.
Ken, sir, do you recall that at all?
Said he was trying to leave.
Okay.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, do you remember, you gave that position way back, yes, it was in June of 2023, the 19th, remember the computer thing?
Yeah, maybe I did.
Okay. I'm gonna approach and show you some of the words that are typed out by the court reporter, just to see if it refreshes your memory. If you can just read from 2 through 5, see if it helps refresh it all.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember him making any statements about wanting to go to the border?
He said something to that effect.
Okay. Thank you, sir. This one more, Judge.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you are released from the subpoena and free to go. State your next witness.
Mr. Van is talking about front, let me just.
If you want to take a stretch break, you're welcome to stand up.
Judge, statement calling Robert Stafford, he's on his way up, so we'll just be up.
You find the drink suitable to your taste? Everyone okay? All right. Was it creamer the one that you were looking for? It was not? Oh, which one were you looking for? If you run out, let me know, okay? Yeah, use the restroom, now would be the time.
We're just in the elevator.
Okay, stand by. Stand by for a moment. Okay, come forward. You'll raise your hand and be sworn, please.
I do.
Follow the deputy over here. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you please introduce yourself and your last name?
My name is Robert Stafford. It's Stafford.
What do you do for work right now?
I'm currently a student.
Were you a law enforcement officer before?
I was.
Did you retire from that?
I kind of moved on to greener pastures. I moved out of state.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about back in June of 2021. Where were you working at the time?
The Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
What capacity were you working in?
Was a patrol captain in our patrol operations division.
Tell us a little bit about just your law enforcement background.
I started as a dispatcher working for the Williston Police Department, kind of a 911 operator there. Put myself through the police academy and became a police officer for them for about a year. And then from there, I moved to the Levy County Sheriff's Office, where I worked for about 2 years. And then moved over to the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, where I worked for 19 years.
Can I get you to stand behind the microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What was your responsibilities as a patrol captain back then, sir?
Daily operations of our patrol division, just ensuring that the deputies had all the equipment that they needed, overseeing just our normal day-to-day operations, making sure that the shifts were filled, making sure we had proper staffing, handling complaints that came in from citizens and others, and just taking care of our employees and the community.
Yes, sir. If I could bring your attention now to, it would have been June 26th, 2021, somewhere around 4:30 p.m. That day. Did you receive any calls or any information that caused you to start looking for a vehicle?
I did.
Can you tell us what call you received and what you started to look for?
One of my previous assignments with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office is I was assigned to our bureau, where I was dual sworn with the U.S. Marshal Service as one of their special investigators. And I received a phone call from the U.S. Marshal Service, the deputy marshal that handled our area for that fugitive task force. And he gave me some information to look for a vehicle.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle you were asked to look for?
It was a 2016 Honda HR-V.
Was it gray in color? Did they give you any guidance about where you might look for it, or did you take that upon yourself to just look around?
He gave me a kind of a rough corridor to look in Gainesville. I-75 runs right through the center of our county. And it was the area of Newberry Road to State Road 26. It's around the Oaks Mall, kind of that. It's about probably a square mile around that area.
Just my approach to witness.
May.
I'm going to show you what Mark states why for identification. Take a moment and look at these two areas. Are those fair and accurate aerials? One of location from the Daytona area to the Gainesville area, and then the second one a close-up area of Gainesville?
It is.
Anything seem to be changed or altered about those, or they seem to be consistent with maps you've seen?
They look accurate. The maps I've seen before.
Just trying to stay moving states why.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Just may have the witness step down.
We do so, but make sure you speak up loud. Okay, you need to stand on this side.
Let's see, it's 23A evidence. If you could take this, I'm gonna have you stand on the side there so you can see.
Hold the way as close as you can.
Can you just describe where Daytona is in this map in relation to where Gainesville is, sir?
Daytona Beach is here where the Gainesville.
So it's, I guess we could say northwest, Gainesville's northwest of Daytona. Do you know how far, you know, about if you were to drive?
Typically takes about 2.5 hours to get from Gainesville to Daytona.
Okay. And if I can have you stay up there, showing you what's 23B. Can you just orient the jury as to what this is a map of, sir?
So the I-75 is the state road that, State Road 93, and then State Road 26 is Newberry Road. So speaking of earlier, the area that I was pulled the search in is just kind of this area around I-75.
What would be located in this area? What kind of, is it residences or the businesses?
It's a mix, but the majority of it is businesses. A mall and a lot of restaurants and hospitals.
Is that where the Oaks Mall would be, somewhere in that area?
Yeah, those small is.
Did you begin to look in those areas for the vehicle?
I did.
Tell us what procedure you utilized to start looking for the vehicle.
So the areas that I was looking in were large parking lots, an area where working with the Warrant Division, we're looking for fugitives, a lot of them kind of hybrid vehicles in plain sight. So you put them in large parking lots where people will go in. So I was
look through the Oakmall parking lot, the businesses around that. There's an apartment complex directly behind the Oakmall, where there's a lot of vehicles parked. And then businesses closer to I-75 from the west. And then I transitioned over to the other side, of I-75, where there's several hotels with a lot of people. And then there's a kind of a strip business where there's a bunch of Home Depot and a lot of smaller businesses and furniture shops, things like that.
Did you have the license plate number of the vehicle you were looking for? I can have you just stay up here for the next. What to show? Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as state Z. Take a moment and look at this, see if you recognize this deposit. Okay, is this a fair and accurate depiction of an aerial view of the Home Depot and of a view front on the Home Depot? Anything to be changed or altered about this? No, this kind of statement of state Z.
No objection. No objection. The videos of
So I'm going to show you what's in evidence as states 24A. So if you can just illustrate to the jury what this is that we're looking at, and then we'll talk about if you found anything here.
This is the strip of businesses that I was referring to earlier. This is the Home Depot. There's a furniture store in here, as well as a liquor store, some other things going on farther in.
Did you have an opportunity to go through and look at the parking lot of Home Depot? Did you see a vehicle that possibly could have been the vehicle you were looking for? Can you tell the jury where you were when you saw that and what you had to do?
I entered in the drive through the center drive here. I made the left and went down the back side of the lot. Saw the vehicle parked approximately in this area.
Now, how do you just some of those are let me slide this.
So when I drove in this way and kind of drove to the back of the parking lot. And then as I drove across, I saw a vehicle that matched the description of it parked in this area along the, there's a row of bushes on the back side of the parking lot.
I'm going to show you what's 24B. Is this a frontal view of we were just talking about right here, that area, that front view? Tell us where the car was parked and how it was parked, sir.
It was 3 spots in from the edge back all the way up against the bushes.
When you say back up against the bushes, was the license plate concealed where you weren't able to see it at that point?
Yes. When I drove in front of the vehicle, it looked like the car that I was looking for, just based on, I pulled up a Google image of Honda HRV to see what the body type looked like. It looked like that vehicle. So I drove out. I couldn't see it from the front, so I drove around to the outside here, parked on the other side of this tree, and I had to walk up and physically move the bushes out of the way in order to see the tag.
And just to back up to something you said before, so you saw a vehicle that looked similar to the HRV, but in order for you to make a more definitive, you actually had to pull up that image from the image.
Yes.
When you pull the bushes away, did the license plate match the vehicle you were looking for?
It was.
Okay. Please sit back down. Thank you. Do you remember what the license plate number was?
If I could refer to my notes, I know
Yeah.
it was a California plate.
Allow to refresh your memory, sir?
It was.
Yes, sir.
It was 7 NTX 532. It was California.
California, yes, sir. So once you verified it was the vehicle, what did you do next?
At that point, I retreated back to my vehicle, and then I drove back around to the front and was on the other side of that. Kind of see a little grass area where the power pole is, kind of directly in front of it.
Right here.
Yeah, I drove on the other side of that and contacted our dispatch center and notified them that I'd located the vehicle.
and asked for them to dispatch a couple deputies to my area.
Did you, basically, at that point, were you securing the vehicle and keeping in contact with it?
Yes, I was just keeping distance because I didn't know, what may be going on inside the vehicle, so I just stayed back from it, contacted some other deputies before we approached it.
Did other deputies arrive to assist you?
Yes.
Once they arrived, did you guys, I guess, clear the vehicle or do something to make sure it's safe?
Yeah, I had one of our canines come around. We knew the vehicle was going to be taken back as evidence to the sheriff's office and be put inside of our secure storage, which is inside of our sheriff's office. I had one of our canines come around that is a bomb detection canine, just to walk around the vehicle, just to make sure there wasn't anything explosive inside.
Once you cleared the vehicle, made sure it was safe, was that vehicle then sealed up and towed to your, I guess, your sheriff's office?
It was.
When you saw the vehicle that day, did you see anybody inside of it or see anyone around it at that time?
No, when we initially approached it, all the windows were up, the doors were locked. We didn't see anything inside of it or anyone inside of it. So then we just proceeded from there.
And just so we're clear, this was on June 26th that you had discovered. Correct. May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any,
Morning, Mr. Stafford. You said that you'd received a call that they wanted you to look for a 2016 gray Honda HR-V. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then when you were searching around, it's not up there anymore, but when you were searching around, you found the vehicle that matched that in the Home Depot parking lot.
I did.
All right. And from there, you pulled up an image of it on a website or internet just to confirm what it looks like?
Previous to my search, I pulled that just an image of what that vehicle looked like, so I kind of had an idea on what I was looking for before I started searching.
And you knew absolutely that it was an HR-V, right?
Yes.
So when you went up and you look at the car and it's a different model, you're going to say, well, yes, it was similar, but it's not the right model. So you would have gone on elsewhere, right? Okay. And then once you did see that it was an HR-V, you then walked around and looked at the license plate to confirm that it was in fact the car that they wanted you to look for.
Correct.
All right. And all you had to do was walk around the car and look at the license plate.
I had to actually go around to the back because it was backed into the bushes. I couldn't see the plate from the sides. So I had to go around to the other side of the bushes and pull the bushes out of the way in order to see the plate.
But you were able to see it, right? Once you pulled it away.
Yeah, once I pulled it away, it unobscured it.
And then when you had everybody else come in with the K9, all that, did you do any searching of the vehicle? Okay. Collect any evidence? I have nothing else, John.
thank you. Any redirect
No, sir, you can be excused.
from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're free to go. You're releasing the subpoena.
Thank you.
Sure.
I do. Thank you.
Could you speak loud and clear into the microphone so they can hear what you have to say? Okay?
Yes, sir.
Inquire, Judge.
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. David Dinardi, D-A-V-I-D, Dinardi, D-I-N-A-R-D-I.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a sergeant detective with the Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer with Daytona Beach?
A little over 17 years.
Were you anywhere else before Daytona Beach?
Yes, I was a Boston police officer for 9 years.
How long have you been in the robbery homicide division, sir?
I was in the robbery homicide division 7 years as a detective, and I've now been there 2 years as the supervisor.
At the time of this incident back in June of 2021, were you there in your capacity as a detective?
Yes.
It's somewhat self-explanatory, but what types of cases does robbery homicide handle?
The robbery homicide unit investigates robberies, homicides, missing people, and any other deaths that occur outside the care of a doctor.
How many detectives are typically in the robbery homicide division?
There are currently 5 full-time detectives and 3 part-time detectives as well.
Does the robbery homicide unit have access to a crime scene investigation unit?
Yes.
When robbery homicide gets a new case, so new robbery, new homicide, is one detective typically assigned as the lead detective to the case?
Yes, sir.
But when a detective is assigned to a case, do they do every single thing that has to do with that case?
No.
How does it work? When a lead detective is assigned, does he rely on his other detectives to carry out investigative leads as well?
Yes, absolutely. Like you said, while there is one detective who is assigned as the lead detective, we do operate and function as a team. So when possible, we all respond to the scene, and then we all work together as a team.
Is there typically an on-call detective from the division?
Yes.
Now, going back to June of 2021, when you were a detective in that division, were you the on-call detective on June 23rd?
I was the on-call detective that week, and then I was also working at the time of the incident.
So you're working nights that week?
Yes, I was.
And did you become the lead detective in this case?
Yes, I did.
When and how were you first notified of Officer Raynor being shot?
I was first notified when, like I said, I was working that night. Officer Raynor was shot and killed in District 2, and I was in District 1 at the time, so I was on a different radio channel. But I believe almost, very quickly, the dispatcher on the Channel 1 radio said something about an officer being down in District 2.
And did you actually go out to 133 Kingston?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that building generally for the jury?
Sure. 133 Kingston Avenue is a 2-story apartment complex. It is kind of like a light yellow in color. Like I said, it's 2 stories. There are 12 apartments in total in the building. There's 6 apartments that face the front of the building, and then 6 that face the rear, 3 on each floor.
How long after the actual shooting do you think you got there?
I probably got there approximately 5 minutes after the shooting.
Were there other officers already on scene?
Yes.
Was Officer Raynor still there?
Yes, he was.
What was going on with him when you arrived?
When I arrived, he was there were several officers around him trying to help him, and I believe the ambulance had just shown up as well. So they were trying to tend to Officer Raynor.
Were you there when Officer Raynor was taken away in the ambulance?
Yes, I was.
In terms of resources at the location, did you have multiple detectives at your disposal that night?
Yes, sir.
After Officer Raynor was transported by emergency responders. What was your focus? What was the number one priority at that point in time?
Most important thing right there was to figure out what had happened and who had shot Officer Raynor. It was our priority.
And what was the most important piece of evidence you had at that point in time?
The most important piece of evidence was Officer Raynor's Axon camera.
And do you know, as the lead investigator, what happened to his Axon after he was transported to the hospital?
Yes, the Axon was brought to the beachside precinct where it was docked so that the camera footage could be uploaded and then viewed by investigators.
So that was disseminated to various investigators with your agency after it was docked and downloaded?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, I did.
Was the person who shot Officer Raynor clearly depicted in that video?
Yes, he was.
Was the front of his vehicle clearly depicted in that video?
Yes, it was.
And how did you use that video to aid in your investigation and in contacting members of the community that night?
The Axon, several screenshots were taken from that video. A screenshot that clearly showed the suspect's face, and then a screenshot was also taken that clearly showed the suspect's vehicle. And then those screenshots were, we used them when we conducted the multiple neighborhood canvasses that we took part in.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show me items that are already in evidence, sir. State 7. Is that one of the screen grabs that you use to disseminate to the community and show members of the community try to identify this person?
Yes, sir.
Is that one of the person of the vehicle?
This is the one of the vehicle.
Does it depict the front of the vehicle?
Yes, it does.
Showing me the composite. There's 2 photographs. Composite 8. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a screenshot from Officer Raynor's body worn camera that depicts the suspect of the person who shot the killer.
Was that one of the other photographs you used to show members of the community?
Yes, it was.
Sir. So you said you did a neighborhood canvas. Who did this neighborhood canvas?
Multiple officers and detectives.
I mean, what is it? Is it just pretty much knocking on doors?
Yes, you just knock on doors, just try to find any potential witnesses.
And that include all the apartments at 133 Kingston?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about 133 Kingston. Was there any surveillance cameras or video that showed the back of the parking lot where Officer Raynor was shot?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, did one house actually have surveillance video from across the street?
Yes.
Do you recall that address?
Yes, 110 Kingston Avenue.
And was that video surveillance collected by your fellow investigators?
Yes, sir.
And what about in terms of contacting the residents at 133 Kingston? Did y'all have any luck there on your neighborhood canvas?
Yes, we did.
And what person was it that was contacted?
Taisha Lewis.
And do you know who first spoke with Miss Lewis?
Yes, Detective Mary Toludo.
And did Detective Toludo tell you about her conversation with Miss Lewis?
Yes, she did.
Did you end up also making contact with Miss Lewis?
Yes, I did.
And did you interview Miss Lewis?
Yes, I did.
And did you show Miss Lewis anything?
Yes, I did.
That include
Me.
state 7 and 8 that we were just looking at?
Yes, sir. Both of those.
First state 7, you pulled it out of the jury so they know what we're talking about. That's the photograph.
Step aside.
Yes, this is the photograph of the vehicle.
And was she able to identify whose vehicle that was?
Yes.
Whose what?
That was the vehicle used by Othal Wallace.
did you also show her state's eight? You pulled that up from the jury minutes that we're talking about.
Yes, I also showed Miss Lewis this photograph.
Did she know that person?
Yes.
Who was that person?
She identified this person as Othal Wallace.
Sorry. Once you had Mr. Wallace identified from the video, what did you do with this information?
Once Othal Wallace was identified, our shift then focused on doing an extensive background history on Mr. Wallace to find out as much information as we could about him.
So you just wanted to learn as much as you could about him as a person?
Yes.
Did this include trying to find potential phone numbers?
Yes.
Did it include trying to find contacts and addresses?
Yes.
And what about social media accounts?
Yes, social media as well.
And were detectives able to locate a social media account for Othal Wallace?
Yes, they were.
And did this include an Instagram account?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall the Instagram account name?
Yes.
What was it, sir?
RBG Vibes.
Did one of your fellow detectives bring to your attention that night a story or an audio posting that was put on that account?
Yes.
Which detective was that?
Detective Christian Batella.
And did he actually send you a copy of this audio recording?
Yes, he did.
Did you have a chance to listen to it yourself?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Detective Batella preserve that audio clip?
Yes, he did.
And once you had identified this Instagram profile, RBG Vibes, you said?
Yes, sir.
Did you send anything to Instagram for purposes of your investigation?
Yes.
What did you send?
A preservation request was sent to Instagram.
And what's a preservation request?
It is when we notify a company, in this case, Instagram, we send them information about the account name, for example, RBG Vibes in this case, and we tell them that as a result of a criminal investigation we're conducting, we would like to preserve this. So it kind of means they kind of freeze the account at that moment in time, so that if anything is deleted, we can still have access to it later with a court order.
To kind of give you more time to potentially get a search warrant if that was the case.
Yes.
Now, having identified Othal Wallace and his vehicle from the body-worn camera, what did you do?
He was identified. We started to look for Mr. Wallace.
And did you obtain a warrant for his arrest?
Yes, sir.
At that time, for what charge?
Attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer.
And why was it attempted at that point in time?
When the warrant was obtained, which was the next day, June 24th, Jason Raynor was still alive.
And where was he?
At Halifax Hospital.
Were you and your agency in constant communication with Halifax really over the next several weeks?
Yes, sir.
And you said just before that you were turning your attention to trying to find Mr. Wallace.
Yes.
Were you assisted by other agencies in trying to locate Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
And what other agencies were helping Daytona Beach?
There were numerous agencies, other local agencies, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, state agency, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, as well as federal agencies to include the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Marshals.
And who took the lead in terms of actually trying to find him of those agencies?
The U.S. Marshals took the lead.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Detective Bernardi?
Good morning.
Sir, you've been a law enforcement officer for almost 25 years, is that correct?
little over 26.
26, I'm sorry. You'd agree with me that an officer's powers of observation are important to hone in on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me that just as important to observe those who are deserving of suspicion, it's also important for an officer to understand who are not deserving of suspicion. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
You have many tools of the trade as a law enforcement officer, don't you?
Yes.
Body-worn camera?
Yes.
Body-worn camera was critical to this case.
Yes.
And the purpose of body-worn cameras, I would say in a word, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be transparency. Would you agree with that?
That's part of it. Yes.
Also officer safety?
Yes.
The more information that we have on a body-worn camera, the more information that you have to look into and investigate.
Yes.
Okay. One of the aspects of the body-worn camera is that it is on when an officer is engaging a member of the public. Do you agree with that?
It depends what you mean by the word engaging.
Okay. Going up to a person who's sitting in their car out in front of their apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of the policy for the body-worn camera is when you press it, it goes back for 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And that's set forth in the policy.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what Daytona Beach policy would enable an officer to engage sleep mode, thereby preventing the 30-second look back?
Not without reviewing the policy.
You reviewed the body-worn camera extensively in this investigation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Raynor was shot on June 23rd, right?
Yes, sir.
And the next day on June 24th, you accused my client of attempted first-degree murder.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically in terms of the procedure in that accusation, you authored what's called a charging affidavit against him, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of another word to say your report.
Yes.
And had Mr. Wallace been found that day, he would have been arrested for attempted first-degree murder, right?
Yes.
Based upon the allegations that you set forth.
Yes.
And you've been doing this for 26 years. I'm sure you appreciate the importance of report writing.
Yes.
And I think we can both agree that not every single fact that you observe or take in goes into a report, right?
Yes, sir.
But the important ones, correct?
Yes.
Foundational, fundamental facts should go into a report.
Again, like you said, not everything goes in it. No, goes into a report.
Okay. And there's kind of a difference between like the master, we'll call it like the incident report, and then supplemental reports, right?
Yes.
The supplemental report would be something that details your involvement at some point after you've already drafted a report.
Yes.
And you did, I don't know if you remember at the top of your head, I mean, I have a charging affidavit and I have several supplements, 4 or 5. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That sounds correct. Yes, sir.
And report, in terms of the procedure of doing a supplemental report, everybody in the agency would know that that's something that you can do if you come across information after the fact, right?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with the contents of your report that you drafted on June 24th, 2021?
Are you referring to the charging affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me that within the charging affidavit where you accuse my client of first-degree murder, you make no reference at all to Mr. Raynor potentially pursuing the stolen vehicle that we've been talking about.
Oral.
So I'll repeat the question for you. You would agree with me that in the sworn charging affidavit wherein you accuse my client of first-degree murder, you make no reference of Jason Raynor going and pursuing a potential stolen vehicle.
That is correct.
Okay. You would also agree within that same charging affidavit, which you authored one day after the shooting, that there's no mention of Officer Raynor's suspicions being alerted due to my client engaging in any cannabis possession or smoking.
That is correct.
Furthermore, you would agree with me that there is no reference in your report about any contact that you had with Amanda Dickens and any information that she might have involving Mr. Raynor's duties that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there's no detail either in this report or any other report talking about you going and interviewing those that had contact with Jason Raynor on his last shift. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I'll characterize it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but there's really no discussion within your charging affidavit about the origin or basis for Officer Raynor going and making contact with my client while he was sitting in his car in front of his apartment.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
However, you do make reference to, and I'm just reading from line 10, the black male failed to follow lawful commands. You put that in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
However, you would agree with me that also within your report, there's nowhere that talks about any probable cause that would justify an encounter between Jason Raynor and Othal Wallace.
Probable cause is not necessary for an encounter.
Because a person can just walk away from an irregular encounter, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's different than probable cause. You have to stay because you're detained.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if an officer has a reasonable suspicion or probable cause, they can detain that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And they can make an order based upon such suspicion. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And if the person disobeys that order, that person is violating the law.
Correct.
Okay. So on the opposite side of things, if an officer has a proper suspicion and they command a person to stay, the command that is levied is a lawful command.
We got into it, overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. If an officer is acting on a founded suspicion and they make a command to a person in line with that suspicion, that command is a lawful command.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yet you make no reference to, in your report, why you categorize Mr. Raynor's actions as lawful.
Categorize it that way from watching the body cam video.
Okay, understood. And let's talk about the body worn camera footage. Do you know approximately how many hours or minutes you spent looking at that video?
No, sir.
Over 50, over 100?
Probably at least 50.
Okay. Prior to charging my client, or?
Probably 50 overall, at least 50 overall.
Understood. Do you know approximately how many hours you would have reviewed it in connection with your charging affidavit?
No, sir.
And in the video, you agree that we don't have that 30-second look back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nowhere in your report do you contemplate the fact that Jason Raynor had disabled the normal 30-second look back and went into sleep mode?
Correct. That is not my report.
Had the 30-second look back existed, we would obviously have the depictions of what Officer Raynor observed in those 30 seconds from the time that he put his camera on backwards.
Yes.
You would agree that when the video first comes up, there is no observable criminal activity in the frame that you see.
Are we talking about what possibly Officer Raynor observed or just from the video itself?
I'm just talking about you relied on the video in connection with your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were essentially charged in making a determination about what the video shows, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that upon looking at the video, there's nothing, let's just take the first 10 seconds when Raynor gets out and walks over to the car before he's even in between the two cars. There is no observable criminal activity depicted in the video.
Based solely on what I can see in the video, that is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that had you believed that Officer Raynor observed some criminal activity when he went around the side of the car, that you would have put it in your report?
I can't tell what Officer Raynor observed.
Okay. And I appreciate that, and I'm not asking you to do that. My question is for you as the lead investigator in this murder investigation, and one of your colleagues, had you observed criminal activity in the video, you would have put it in your report.
Again, if it was observable in the video, then yes.
Okay. So I guess we can move on to something else, and we can agree that you, in investigating this murder of your colleague, saw no criminal activity in the video.
Strictly from the video, that is correct.
Okay. And similarly, you investigated the fact, or let me ask a better question. You would agree that there was no 911 call placed by any citizen that prompted Jason Raynor to appear at 133 Kingston and have a contact with Othal Wallace?
That is correct.
You would agree with me that there's no evidence to suggest that any citizen or member of the community flagged down Jason Raynor's car and told him to go and make contact with somebody at 133 Kingston Avenue?
I don't think I can answer that because Officer Raynor is not here today.
You uncovered there was no person that came forward in the investigation and said, I flagged down Jason Raynor and said, go back there and check out what this guy's doing in his car, right?
That is correct.
In reviewing the video, you would agree with me that there is no depiction of any smoke emanating from Mr. Wallace's vehicle.
Again, from what I can see on the video, there does not appear to be smoke now.
Okay. And similarly, you would also agree that there are no visible embers associated with any cannabis, blunt, or joint, or cigarette, or whatever you want to call it, right?
Again, based solely on the video, no.
And obviously, as a law, I mean, you've probably encountered cannabis in your duties, right?
Yes.
And I'll be fair, you can smell, we'll call it a roach or a burnt cigarette. That has an odor to it, right?
Yes.
However, what is the more pungent odor that would arise suspicion would be if the cannabis is burning, right? Let me ask you a better question. It's a heck of a lot easier to tell if somebody's in possession of marijuana if they're holding a joint that's burning as opposed to a joint that's not burning.
I believe so, yes.
And again, there's not, and I know that I was singular in my questions about your charging affidavit, but if I'm wrong, please correct me. But in reviewing all of your supplemental reports that you authored in this case, there's not a single mention of this stolen vehicle pursuit in any of them. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct, yes.
Okay. And the same question goes for cannabis. There's not a single mention of cannabis in any of these reports.
Again, I believe you're correct, yes.
And you would agree with me that that theory of this stolen vehicle pursuit came long after my client was charged with first-degree murder.
I don't know when a theory was developed.
Okay. So you have no idea from where or from whom this central part of the state's prosecution arose?
That's an answer.
Sustained.
Same thing for cannabis? You have any idea when that came into the picture?
No, sir, but to get back to the stolen car, that came out that evening.
Pardon me?
The stolen car came out, that evening.
Okay. You just didn't put any mention of it in your report?
No, sir.
There are observable differences between the vehicle that's depicted in the Bolo and my client's vehicle. Do you agree with that?
Differences and similarities, yes.
Okay. And those similarities on the passenger side of the vehicle would be the back rear lighting of my client's vehicle?
Without having the two pictures in front of me, I don't think I can.
Let me ask this.
Lighting.
If you close your eyes, you can picture kind of the opening frame of the video, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there's nothing that's obscuring Officer Raynor's ability to see the passenger side of my client's vehicle.
Objection calls for speculation based on what Officer Raynor saw.
Rephrase your question, please.
Sir, do you have 20/20 eyesight?
No, sir.
What's your eyesight?
I don't know.
Okay. You went to the scene that night?
Yes.
Okay, you stood in essentially the same area that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was in that evening?
Yes.
Okay. You consider yourself a reasonable person?
Yes, sir.
Right. And if you're standing in the location that Jason Raynor was standing, using fairly decent eyesight, do you agree that there was nothing that was obscuring Jason Raynor's ability to see the entirety of the passenger side of Mr. Wallace's vehicle?
Objection, speculation, asking Jason Raynor to solve.
I think for a reasonable person in the same circumstances with good eyesight.
Do you understand the question?
I would like him to repeat it again.
Okay. Was there anything blocking Mr. Raynor's view from seeing the passenger side of Othal's car?
Objection, speculation, can't testify to Officer Raynor solve.
Sustained.
Have you seen the video? You've seen the video, right?
Yes, sir.
You see in the video anything obscuring Officer Raynor's ability to see the passenger side of the car?
You can see parts of the passenger side, yes.
Okay, that's not my question. My question is, do you see anything that's obscuring Jason Raynor's ability to see the passenger side of the car?
Again, it depends if you're saying passengers, parts of it, or the entire passenger, the entire.
Let's start with the entire passenger side of the car. Anything obscuring?
I don't know if there's anything obscuring, but I also don't know if Officer Raynor could have seen the entire passenger side of the car.
You may.
Okay, and this is with Exhibit 7. Okay. And maybe I'm asking a confused question. When I talk about something obscuring, I'm talking about I can't see through this solid item right here, right?
Correct.
Okay. So just point out to the jury, take as much time you want. Tell me what items would obscure Jason Raynor's ability to see the side of that vehicle in that picture.
Objection, speculation, asking what Jason Raynor saw.
Okay. I'll withdraw. What do you see that's obscuring Jason Raynor's ability to see the side of the, what do you see that obscures the passenger side of that vehicle?
Objection, speculation, the best evidence is the photograph of the video itself. It's an evidence for the jury to look at.
The video is the best evidence. Sustained.
Mr. Wallace refers to Mr. Raynor as sir in the video.
Objection, again, the best evidence of the video is in evidence for the jury to look at and make a decision in this case.
Best evidence is the video sustained.
Detective, whenever you were being asked questions by the state, did the state give you the benefit of watching the video in connection with your testimony here today, just a few moments ago?
No, sir.
Do you recall being present at an evidence view with myself and Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Object beyond the scope of the direct, Your
Overall.
The duty belt in the case, very important piece of evidence, right?
Yes.
Sorry, the what?
The duty belt. The duty belt was an important piece of evidence?
Yes.
Probably the most important piece of evidence?
No, sir.
Next to the video, second best?
Objection, relevance, Judge.
I'll move on, no problem. The duty belt was kept in this paper bag here?
I believe it was put in that bag, yes.
Just this bag, nothing else?
I believe so, yes.
And in the duty belt that we have for the jury, the gun is out of the holster, right?
Yes, sir.
And the taser is out of the holster too, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that there are no contemporaneous pictures of the way that the taser existed on the night of June 23rd, 2021?
I believe you're correct, yes.
And the taser itself has a mechanism that you unclick it from the back portion of the taser?
Yes.
Actually, could you describe the series of events that an officer has to do in order to take their taser out of their belt?
It's kind of hard for me. I don't think I could properly explain it. I don't wear a duty belt. It's kind of just something I do for muscle memory. I don't think I could put it into words.
And can you testify that during the interaction between Raynor and Wallace that Jason Raynor didn't go for his belt?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Can you testify that whenever Jason Raynor's belt was removed from his person, that the switch on his taser was not engaged for use?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Approaching with the IPB for the defense.
Yes.
You recognize, I think, the bottom portion of your body is one of those pictures.
Yes, sir.
And do you observe the taser in this picture?
Yes.
In what condition is the clip that we've been discussing?
Objection, it's not an evidence.
Sustained, but you can rephrase the question.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the duty belt as it was photographed in your presence on December 27th, 2022?
It appears to be yes.
And just the last follow-up question, appears to be a fair, accurate depiction that, to your knowledge, there's been no alterations, no deletions, no enhancements to these photographs. They appear to be a clear version of what we would have seen in the room that day.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes. Detective Sergeant Denardi, what is the purpose of that charging affidavit, the probable cause affidavit?
The purpose is to put in evidence to show to a judge that there is probable cause that the person accused committed the crime for which he's accused.
Okay, so doing kind of an outline of the case to establish probable cause to get an arrest warrant, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you put every single detail in a charging affidavit?
No, sir.
And your investigation, you said you got that warrant on the 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did your investigation just stop on the 24th?
No, sir.
Would that be prudent to just stop an investigation on the 24th after you establish probable cause to arrest somebody?
No, sir.
The supplements that you filed, did those go over several months afterwards, documenting some of your personal involvement in the case?
Months and years, yes.
And in terms of what happened that night, you mentioned that you were aware of the chase of a Honda vehicle that night.
Yes, sir.
Was that documented on other officers' body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
Was that documented on other officers' police reports?
Yes.
And all of that is, of course, made available to the defense in a prosecution?
Yes.
Try not to lead, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. And defense asked you about, in your report, there was nothing of what Officer Raynor thought or saw was going on in the car. Defense asked you that. Remember that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Defense asked you, there was nothing in your report about Officer Raynor thinking it was a stolen vehicle or thinking there was some other reason that you came into contact with Othal Wallace. Do you recall that question?
I do, yes.
Were you able to ask Officer Raynor ever what was going through his mind in this case?
Unfortunately, no.
Why not?
He was in the hospital in no condition to talk for approximately 55 days before he passed away.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, but I will need him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Detective Denardi, there are things that Jason Raynor could have done that would have been depicted on the video to give some insight into what he was saying. Do you agree with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Nowhere in any of your reports, whether it be an incident report a charging affidavit, a supplementary report, do you ever mention anything about a stolen vehicle?
As I said earlier, yes, you're correct.
Okay. And similarly to the cannabis, nowhere in any of your reports.
Same thing, you're correct, yes.
Okay. When an officer comes up on any scene, consensual encounter, probable cause, or what have you, they have the ability to key in to dispatch about what they're doing and who they're contacting, right?
Objection beyond the scope of redirect.
Can we approach? Nothing further.
Thank you. Any regret?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we still subject to the
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're gonna take our lunch, recess at this time. Make it, 1:45, talk about the case.
All rise for the jury. Very good, Your Honor.
All right, we'll recess at 1:45.
far. Hold on. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. I'm out and about, as you can see. Man, trip. Bear with me. There we go. Yeah, peace to the guys. How y'all feel about what's going on, man? Yeah, I feel like the ending, it was getting hot. It was getting hot. It was flaming, dude. I like the angles that's going on when it comes to all of it, really. All of it, really. But yeah, what up? What up, chat? What up, chat? We're going to get back to it. I think they're doing a lunch situation. So they offline right now. But hold on. I'm gonna get things in order. So let me see. But yeah, how y'all feel about what's going on? I'm reading the chat, man. I'm reading the chat. They was flaming his ass. Cause for real, I ain't think about this angle. You can't even tell who was in the car with Ozone. Could have been somebody else. Could have been somebody else in there. So the evidence, the, the evidence, all they have is the video, the body cam. They know Ozone was near, but they don't know who shot him. They didn't see a gun or anything. So, and that's the angle. It could have been somebody else in a car. You know what I'm saying? How y'all feel about that, man? It's wild. Let's say. I feel like they knew about Shoemaker and his lawyers for a while because they said it on the news. They just don't have the real evidence to point that Ozone was in the wrong. But they have a lot of evidence to point that the cop was in the wrong. They have a lot of evidence to point that the cop was in the wrong. They trying to make Ozone to be a certain character. I mean, they have certain videos. I know the early video of him saying, which they didn't show his face. It didn't show a time. But basically him saying, like, hey, which it was saying such and such about a pig or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Said, don't let these pigs do you wrong. Number one, pig is a slang. Pig doesn't necessarily say it's a cop or anything. You know what I'm saying? They just say pig. How do they know he's talking about a cop? So don't let a pig do you wrong. I mean, this is a religious brother. We don't eat swine. We don't eat swine. Real talk. Don't let this swine do you wrong. I mean, and I'm just talking about the evidence that they have that they using to try to paint him in a negative way. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of like the angles that's going on. It's still looking like a W for Ozone. Ozone is coming home. That's the hashtag. That's the hashtag. So I'm trying to think about what else that they presented. They using a lot of people because really the only witnesses, it's no witnesses. Let's just keep it 100. There's no witnesses. It's only the people that have video footage, and then the cops that reported everything. So now they checking exactly what was put. Now, one thing that was actually said is Officer Raynor didn't even report that it was a car stolen. So let's keep it 100. Normally, I know a lot of us in the chat, or a lot of us that's about to watch this video, normally when there's profiling going on, if a police pull someone over of a certain color skin, they always want to say, hey, it was being a report of a car stolen. They're going to say the same thing every time or something along that nature. So a lot of times they be lying. They just say that to get you to go along with what they're doing. They just do that to have you to go along with what they're doing. But you looking for a stolen car? My car ain't stolen. You said it was a dark car. That happened a couple of times when I was younger. When I got older, I mean, I could recall damn near every time I got pulled over for no reason. For no reason. I mean, I wasn't speeding. My tags was good. Everything. You know what I'm saying? Every time I got pulled over, they was looking for a stolen car. And if I had a dark car, it was like the description just said dark car. So I'm thinking in my head, are you pulling over all the dark cars in St. Louis? Like, what's going on? All the dark cars in the area? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? It was one point I was parked, wasn't even going anywhere. The police pulled up on me, flashing their lights, holding their gun, had their guns out, cursing, saying, "Get the fuck out the car, put your hands up." I'm like, what the hell? I'm looking around. I'm looking around like, who are they talking to? Oh shit, it's about to go down. I had no idea they was talking to me. I'm in here talking to someone. This after me coming from a theme park. You know what I'm saying? So they do stuff like that. They be lying. And it was nobody they was looking for. Nobody stole a car or anything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for that neighborhood, there's probably somebody that did to keep it 100. But I'm just chilling in a car. That's profiling. If you don't got no actual proof, what you doing, man? What you doing? And that doesn't take away the fact that Raynor had some previous issues in that department. So I'm still waiting on that to come up. But yeah, I see. It's just heating up, man. It's just heating up. You know what I'm saying? It's just heating up. Let me see what's going on. Y'all bear with me. Y'all know I'm out and about. I'm gonna get the live popping and everything. We're gonna keep this going, you know. Y'all might as well call this the Ozone Channel, you feel me? But yeah, bear with me. I'm gonna be in and out. I can't play no music. I'm outside the house. I'm at the workplace. I just had to dash out real quick so I could have this little conversation with y'all to know how y'all feel. I'm listening though. I'm definitely listening to the whole trial and what's going on, man. So yeah. Y'all stay in. We're gonna keep this live on. Y'all go ahead and conversate, communicate, things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be in and out. As a matter of fact, hold on. Are you going through the front? Yeah, right in the front. No problem. Yeah. So as a matter of fact, let me see something. If somebody want to hold it down, I'm gonna share the link. Hold on, cause we're gonna keep this thing up, man. Then we're gonna get back to the court, cause they on a recess or lunch. You know, it's about that time for that lunch. The plot is gonna thicken. It's gonna get real thick, man. Yeah. Raynor had no business over there for real, man. Hold on, it's different working in front of a phone. I'm gonna put it. Hold on, yeah. 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 I'm gonna be right black. I'm gonna be right black. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, y'all go ahead and conversate, keep this live, share the feed, share the platform. We're gonna be back. Let me see if I can play something though. I'm gonna play a little something. Can I play a video? I'm gonna play a video so I get right back. All right, this is a video, classic video. United Front is called "Don't Get Caught." No subliminals here. You know what I mean? This is talking specifically about these creatures out here. We got these brother police out here. We got all of these individuals that's being a terrorist to the black community. You know what I mean? So we just gotta do what we gotta do to police ourselves. We gotta do what we gotta do to make sure these terrorists in our communities don't exist. You feel me? DGC. Let's get it popping. Hold on. Dang, I don't even know how to work this thing from here, man.
Just got a call from the comrade. He said I need a favor, blood. That ain't nothing, God, but these phone lines is flaming, bruh. Meet me at the spot quickly. Hit me to the details. We gotta be sneaky if we wanna prove this. Brother hands is tied, some transpired in his backyard. All fingers point to him. If he react, God, the pigs is involved. They pretending to target. This dude gotta go. He violated somebody's daughter.
Straight up and down, man. Violate.
The homie from OT.
Slow down,
that ain't about nothing. Cause the brother owed me a favor. We handled a problem for him a couple months back. Did it real smooth, where it wouldn't come back to haunt him. He said no problem. When I kited him, wait for things to die down, then we gon' bring the violence. Spent a couple months to get the routine down, yes sir. You already know how that revenge is best served. Got artillery and killers with ability to pop up. Wait for things to get slippery, then we gon' drop him. He got off scot-free on a technicality. A victim dies 1,000 deaths when justice isn't handled properly. Crept up on his property, his eye but when he saw the heat. Talking about don't kill me, but we ain't here for talking, B. We came dressed like UPS, and I brought a package.
Oh, so you like touching girls, you little faggot?
Lessons to be taught, but don't get caught. Justice must be brought, but don't get caught. What's the law? Put the ball in your court. Get it done, but don't get caught. Blending with the dark and don't get caught. Study your mark and don't get caught. You know you right. In your heart of hearts, stake out your enemies and don't get caught. Crossing T's, dotting I's, see opportunity and then you capitalize. Never send a boy to do a man's job, or use silk to go and swat flies. If we serious about this cracker's demise, then we gotta be wise and improvise. Anytime someone molests a child, he should be fed his fingers before he dies. Now these ain't just rhymes, I'm tired of being tired. Pigs kill our babies and they mamas cry. Brothers say it is what it is and don't even try. Figure a limb for a limb and an eye for an eye will make a fool think twice and make a spy recognize. Those the same people that put fire to your behinds. Of any to ever endeavor in our defeat, they had to make us think that we are free. We're unstoppable when faced with adversity. We gotta put in work, but DGC, laundry list of enemies. We gotta stop this onslaught. Get it done, but don't get caught. The spook who sat by the door, warriors I implore. DGC, this is raw shadow law. The sword is they lord, but that bow make them bow. Ask Nanny, ask Zumbi, and ask Hannibal. Lessons to be taught, but don't get caught. Justice must be brought, but don't get caught. What's the law? Put the ball in your court. Get it done, but blending with the dark and don't get caught. Study your mark and don't get caught. You know you're right. In your heart of hearts, stake out your enemies and don't get caught. Black man, we got creeps, pedophiles, roaming our neighborhoods, our communities, preying on our children. What we waiting for? Approval from who? up, load up, and handle our business. But don't get caught. Yeah, don't get caught. Yeah. My yassa, a sapo. Yeah. The King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Omawali, Ambassador of Ambassadors. Until we move on one accord. An L is what we can't afford. Gotta protect our spinal cords, cause snakes shed skin, but not their nature. I said snakes shed skin, but not their nature. I said snakes shed skin, but not their nature. Process of elimination, binomal nomenclature. Remember, we're talking about a thing and its very makeup. And how far does it really stray from? Snakes shed skin, but not their nature. Yep. Snakes shed skin, but not their nature. Is now set to go on trial in April of next year.
Othal Wallace was in court for a case management hearing. West Shoes Claire Metz joins us live. And Claire, you briefly spoke with the suspect's attorneys.
Yeah, that's right, Stu. Othal Wallace has a private defense attorney team out of St. Augustine, and one of the attorneys told us things are going as well as can be expected, though they say they have 24 more depositions to take, all of them from law enforcement officers.
I would like to schedule the trial date for Monday, jury selection beginning on Monday, April the 3rd.
The court put the state and defense on notice. Judge Raul Zambrano wants to move forward with the case against Othal Wallace. Wallace is charged with shooting Daytona Beach police officer Jason Raynor in the head June 23rd of last year, while the officer was on proactive patrol checking out a parking lot. The young officer died in the hospital 55 days later.
We are rounding out our team. We're getting everyone together that needs to be.
Defense attorney Terry Shoemaker of Shoemaker Law spoke briefly to us about being involved in the high-profile case.
Our firm's represented law enforcement officers in the past. We represent anybody that needs our help, so it really doesn't matter to us.
Wallace is facing a possible death sentence if convicted of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. Neither defense attorney Shoemaker or his partner Tim Probisco are death penalty qualified. They say they may yet bring someone else on, but They say it's not a requirement, and Othal Wallace is aware.
I have tried death penalty cases before. I've been on a number of murder cases, so it's nothing new to me.
Now, there's another status conference in this case set for next month. Later on this month at 8 p.m. on August 17th, Daytona Beach Police will be holding a remembrance ceremony for Officer Jason Raynor. That's the day he died.
Named what's his name? Othal Wallace. There's a brother named Ozone. Now, this brother, he's been with different militia groups, and he's done some things online. He's definitely known, probably within law enforcement. I won't even say probably. They know who he is because this brother has videos. He's a Second Amendment advocate, as we all should be. He's all about defending himself. Othal Wallace. I want to pronounce the brother's name. I know he goes by the nickname of Ozone down there in Florida. Othal Wallace. Othal Ozone Wallace. Now listen. This brother was at his home a few days ago. In his car, outside of his home. Down in Daytona Beach, Florida. He was at his home. Let me keep emphasizing that. In his car. Looked like he just came from some kind of event or whatever, but he was in his car at his home. He was about to get out of his car, and a white race soldier suspect with the Daytona police popped out of nowhere in the middle of the night with a flashlight, popping a flashlight in his car. Like, hey, buddy, how you doing? Hey, where you going? Hey, do you live here? Let me, y'all can't see the video, but let me play the audio. Hold on one second. You know what? Let me play the actual audio of this so you guys can get an understanding if you have not seen the video already. Okay, hold on one second. Let me find it. Okay, now it's going, come on, let me find it. Hold on. Let me find it while I'm talking to you guys. Okay, come on. Now, when I want to find something, now you can't find nothing. Okay, here it is. Wait, no, that ain't it. Damn. Okay. Okay, damn. Hold on. Let me. When you want to find something, you can't find shit. Okay, let's try this. Okay, come on. Where's this thing? Now that I want to find it, now I can't find it. I cannot find this thing. Okay. Damn. Because I'm going to play the audio for you guys. Okay, I think this is it right here. Okay, fine. I got it. Okay. All right, now this is the audio from the body cam. Hold on. Now listen to this. Now again, Brother Wallace is sitting in his car in the middle of the night outside of his house, his apartment. The race soldier suspect just pulls up on him. Hold on.
How's it going? Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk.
Okay, so now as the race soldier suspect is talking about sit. Can I talk to you? He's grabbing Wallace, right? He's grabbing Wallace's shoulders. He's basically apprehending him. So he's grabbing his shoulders. Tell me, hey, sit down, sit. So he just pops out of nowhere. Hey, you live here? Hold on.
How's it going? Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Okay. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me, do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on, though?
Who? Charlie 77.
No, back up.
Stop.
Okay. See, I want y'all to really understand this because, see, the white media is trying to spin this as if Wallace is some kind of hardened criminal. First of all, Brother Wallace didn't have a warrant. He wasn't committing a crime. This man was at his own place. This suspected race soldier popped out of nowhere. Would not tell him why he was apprehending him. This race soldier pulls up out of the dark, out of nowhere, talking about, hey, you live here? Like, hey, what's this about? What is this? What is this about, man? What is this? Hey, sit down. Let me talk to you. Do you live here? Yes or no? The brother's like, hey, man, what is this? And the race soldier suspect would not explain why he's being apprehended. Now, this race soldier suspect is grabbing the brother. The brother is not free to leave. He's grabbing this brother, which is a violation of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. Detaining without probable cause. So the race soldier suspect is actually violating the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. And then when the brother Wallace keeps asking him, hey, man, what's going on? What is this? The race soldier suspect calls something in. He's calling something in on the radio now. Family, this looks like it was about to be a damn ambush. Okay? This looked like it was about to be an ambush. You just pop out of nowhere, run up on this brother. You don't explain why you're running up on him. You're asking him questions and you're holding him, not letting the brother go, trying to get him to sit down and hey, grabbing his shoulders. Hold on, let me play
How's it
the
going? Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Okay. Come on now. Come on now. Don't do this. Sit down. Why are you asking me, do I live here? Do you live here? Yes or no? What's going on though? Who? Charlie 777.
No, he's calling back up because they're about to ambush this brother. They were about to ambush this brother, guys. You just run up. You at home. Imagine, family, you're at home and a race soldier just pops up. Hey, you live here? Hey, where you going? Hey, Charlie 777. Oh, what the fuck is this about?
Is in the nuances. God is in the details. You know we're in a white supremacist world. You know we're feeling the very real effects of our open enemy. Somebody talk black to me. When you have to be careful, when you have to toe the line, when you have to walk on eggshells to empower your own people. You know you're living in a white supremacist world when you empower your people to the point to where you tell them to rise up and to do for self and not to rely on white supremacist agencies and systems and ways of doing things. You know, somebody talk black to me. You're under the influence of white supremacy. You know that when your voice is being censored and silenced, not for telling somebody to go out there, beloved, and to violate the law and to be the aggressor, but when you're telling people the importance of making sure that you defend your God-given right, your God-given body, your God-given life and limb, and folk try to flip it and lie, talk black to me, and turn it into something else, you know you're under the influence of the oppressor. But nevertheless, I want you to understand that we can still make our point. I can still deliver the news. But I'm going to need my intelligent black people. I'm going to need those who are spiritually intelligent to be on the scene as well. Talk black to me. Now, I want to go briefly and give you an update on our brother, Othal Wallace, who goes by the name Ozone. For those of you that don't know, this is a brother who was alleged to have shot a police. And the police they released a very sketchy and incomplete and inconclusive short few second video clip where they're trying to spin a narrative. Now, what we know in general, what we know based on just a couple of recent cases with Breonna Taylor and our brother George Floyd, we know that members of law enforcement lied. Talk black to me. Till the video footage was released, until more information was released, we learned that at every stage they lied.
Now, officer, can you see this? Yes, sir. So can you orient yourself to where Florida, like Jacksonville, Florida is?
Yes, sir, it's down there.
Okay, and do you see the area located on this map that represents 8562 Smith James Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you say that's in close proximity to Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I get the next one? Now, what is this?
That is the property that we had a search warrant to go serve. So that is 8562 Smith James Road.
Can you see the barn on there by chance?
Yes, sir.
Would you come down and just point it out? Which you do, yes. If you would stand to the side as you point out, I'd like you to point out the barn. Okay, and where was the entrance to the property? Okay, you can sit back down, sir. Thank you. Now, you mentioned the Bearcat armored vehicle. How many were there?
We had 3 on scene for this operation.
Okay, and did each Bearcat have a team?
Yes, sir.
Which Bearcat team were you?
I was assigned to Bearcat 4.
Excuse me, what?
Bearcat 4.
Okay. Did you have a specific location that you were directed to go to and look for the defendant, Othal Wallace?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
So that my team was assigned to clear the barn.
Which you pointed out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the barn?
Yes, sir.
And with the rest of your team?
Yes, sir.
And what'd y'all do when you got there?
So our plan was to do what's called a surround and call out. So we'll have members that'll establish themselves around the barn. We'll turn on the lights on the Bearcat and have a negotiator start giving announcements.
Now, let me stop you a minute. Was it daytime or nighttime? Was it dark or light when you were out there?
It was dark.
Okay. Did you want your presence to be known?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to leave no doubt that it was law enforcement out there at that time?
Correct.
Okay, so how did you do that? Do you have a PA system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so try to give us an idea of how loud it was.
I mean, it's a PA system that's attached to the Bearcat. So just like a patrol car that has a PA that everyone can hear when an officer is talking to, it's a similar system, but attached to an armored vehicle.
And what about lights?
It also has blue lights all around the Bearcat.
So were the lights going?
Yes, sir.
And was the PA running?
Yes, sir.
And what was said over the PA? Do you remember?
So typically, when the negotiator is making announcements, they will give the address of the location where we're at, tell any occupants at the structure that we are there for, that this is a police, come out unarmed, stuff like that.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was it loud enough for people in that area to hear?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt about that?
No.
Okay, so did you check the barn?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned, it was dark, so we were under night vision goggles. After a reasonable time, after those announcements were given, the barn was breached and we systematically cleared the barn.
So you left the barn, you didn't find anything there? Didn't find Wallace, didn't find anything of evidentiary value?
No, sir.
So what'd you do then?
So as we were exfilling the barn, I was walking back towards the Bearcat and I was able to see a tree house that was maybe 34 yards away from the Bearcat.
Okay, was it clearly visible from where you were?
Yes, sir.
Was it clearly visible from the barn?
Yes, sir.
Was it within earshot of the PA system?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, you want me to stop for a minute, Jim?
May I proceed, Judge? Okay. So, Officer Salcedo, can you see the tree house from this photograph?
I don't see it from that photograph.
Okay. So, what did you do when you saw the tree house?
So I let my team leader know that there's a tree house behind us. And we went to up to the tree house, and I went up the steps of the tree house to go clear it.
Your Honor, permission to approach one more time. I want to show you what's been marked A2 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the front of the compound?
Yes, sir.
Does it contain a treehouse picture? Is that correct?
No, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move this into evidence.
No objection, ma'am.
No objection will be admitted. Describe for me about this tree house. Did you have to climb up something to get to it?
Yes, sir. There was steps that led all the way up to the tree house.
Were those steps sturdy or not so much?
Sturdy.
Okay. Did you go up those steps? And what was your purpose of going up there?
To clear that tree house.
To see if Wallace was in there? What did you do when you got up top of the steps? Was there an ability to see inside?
So as soon as you go up the steps, there was a large window in front of the tree house, so you were able to look inside.
Did you?
Yes, sir.
See anything?
So there was bunk beds, and there was a pistol under the mattresses of the bunk bed. I believe it was the top bunk.
Is that all you saw?
Yes, sir.
What did you do at that point?
So I'm up there by myself with night vision goggles. So I called for another team member to approach the treehouse and come on up there with me. Another team member came up. To the left of that window, there was a door. So with me and him up there, we opened the door and we made contact with a individual who was laying on the ground with his hands out facing the door.
Okay. And what'd you do with that individual?
Gave that individual commands to stand up, turn away from us. We handcuffed him, and then we walked him down the steps of the treehouse.
Now, just to be clear, from that treehouse location, is it your opinion based on the PA system and based on the lighting that the individual in that treehouse would have been aware of your presence before you went up there?
Absolutely. I could see the Bearcat from that porch that was in the front of the treehouse.
So what'd you do when you took him downstairs?
I handed him off to another one of our team members, for them to handle him.
Another Georgia State Patrol officer?
Yes, sir. And we just continued clearing.
Okay, just may I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other than apprehending the defendant, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay, tender the witness, Judge.
Just one quick question about the photo that's up there. Oh, no, it was the picture that was up there. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? The photo that we're looking at, this apprehension took place in June, right?
Yes, sir.
There's probably a lot more leaves and stuff like that. This was in the summer picture, don't you think?
Yes, sir. It was summertime.
So it looks different than what you saw here.
It was nighttime. I had night vision goggles. I can't. Yeah.
All right. All right, and Trooper Salcedo, did you have any body worn camera on when you did this?
No, sir.
Is it standard protocol that you don't because we're the SWAT team or?
Yeah, SWAT team, we don't wear body cameras.
Okay. All right, and when you came in, you were tasked with clearing the barn that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, as you're going in, I believe you testified you did not see the treehouse when you first arrived, isn't that right?
Yeah, we did not see it when we first.
Okay.
Correct.
So you go into the barn, you clear that, you come out, and 30 to 40 yards away, up above you, is a treehouse, right?
Correct.
And it has a large window.
Yes, sir.
With, and it also has, was it a little porch area?
Yes, sir.
And is that porch area large enough for somebody to come out and stand on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, wouldn't you admit that from that position up where he was, he had a tactical advantage over you when you didn't know that he was there?
Absolutely.
So if if anybody wanted to, as you're coming up, and you saw guns in the treehouse, right?
Yes, sir.
Numerous guns?
I recall specifically seeing that pistol.
Or a pistol.
Here on my neck stand up.
Okay, so from up above there, if he wanted to, he could have just opened up fire on you, couldn't he? All right. And you would have had no idea to begin with where it was coming from because you didn't even know the treehouse was there, did you?
Correct.
All right. So once you see the treehouse, you then make your way there and you go up the steps. Now, and I believe you also said that there's absolutely no mistake in that everyone in the general vicinity knew that law enforcement was there. Isn't that correct? Because you were loud, you had multiple vehicles, lights were flashing, so everyone knew law enforcement was there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you go up, you had somebody else come up to help you clear it.
Yes, sir.
And then when you go in, you see Mr. Wallace just laid out in a surrender position. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Never resisted at all, did he?
No, sir.
Never. I'm sorry.
He was compliant.
Very compliant. All right. And then when you took him down, you just handed him off, and again, very compliant and handing him over to another officer.
Yes, sir.
Ever have any problems with Mr. Wallace?
No, sir.
Was he ever disrespectful to you?
No, sir.
I have nothing else, Sharon.
No, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Next witness would be. Hold on, defense. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, this next. Cody Cassidy.
I don't allow questions from yours. You let the lawyers do their work. As far as transcripts. It's very difficult to provide transcripts. You have a right to ask for testimony read back. You will have to find the testimony and then try to read back. But we do that in the deliberations. At this point in time, you have to wait for the case is over with before you make that request.
Cody Cassidy, Your Honor.
I do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Hey, would you please introduce yourself to us?
Cody Cassidy.
And go ahead.
CODY, CASSIDY.
And who do you work for?
The city of Daytona Beach as a police detective.
And how long you been with the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Since May of 2009, so just over 14 years.
Any previous law enforcement experience? Okay. Talk to us a little bit, educate us about, how you came up the ranks at the Daytona Beach PD.
Started working out night shift patrol. I was there for approximately 2 years. After patrol, I moved to the traffic division where I was assigned as a traffic homicide investigator. I was there for approximately 7 to 8 years. After the traffic unit, I was assigned to special investigations unit, the narcotics division, where I currently am as a special investigations with the U.S. Marshal Service as a task force officer. Also assigned to the robbery homicide unit with the same title as a detective.
So what are you doing now?
I am a task force officer with the U.S. Marshal Service, essentially a detective with Daytona Beach who is cross-sworn with the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. And back in June of 2021, back when Officer Raynor was shot, were you working in that capacity?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you have some involvement in this case?
I did.
Okay, talk to us about that.
The night of the shooting, I received multiple phone calls advising Officer Raynor was shot. Immediately after hearing that, I responded down to the scene and stood by for orders from the supervisors that were there.
Now, as far as the task force, why don't you take a minute and explain what this task force is for and why you're part of it?
The task force is assigned for going after subjects who have open felony warrants. Generally, we go after high crime, high violence subjects, homicide, robberies, sex crimes, anything with violence towards people. There's a group of us assigned to Central Florida. We travel all over going after these subjects who have active warrants. We're attached with the U.S. Marshal Service. Essentially just once we find a location for these subjects, we act upon it and take them into custody.
Okay, did you become involved in the investigation a couple hours after Officer Raynor was shot?
Yes, sir, within a few hours.
And what did you do? How did you start?
Stood by until a suspect was
identified.
And then once that happened, I began doing research and attempting to locate where he may be at.
Okay, now some of the research you do, is that sensitive in investigative information?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, typically information that you don't share with the public, is that right?
That's correct. It's protected information, yes, sir.
And is that so that the folks that you're looking for don't know how you're going to find it?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So were you fruitful in using your investigative techniques to start to locate the defendant?
Yes, sir, we were.
Okay, and tell me the progression as far as where did you focus? Did you find one spot in particular and one only, or was the progression from one place to another? Help us with that.
It can continue to progress throughout the 2 days. Started out, we traveled west towards Gainesville. Once we reached the Gainesville area, began going northbound into the outskirts of Atlanta, which is where we essentially took Mr. Wallace into custody.
Okay, so did you actually travel up to Georgia?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was it Snellville, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
8562 Smith James Road?
That's
How would you describe the location?
It was a very rural area. The properties, the houses that were on these properties were spread out, anywhere from 3 to 5 acre lots. It was not much city life, no major businesses that were in that area. Lots of woods, trees, just spread out, more of a country setting than anything.
Okay. And were there several agencies involved?
Yes, sir, there was.
Was the U.S. Marshals Service involved?
Yes, sir.
So there were U.S. Marshal personnel or agents there. How about the Daytona Beach Police Department? You were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the Georgia State Patrol? Had folks?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when you arrived on the property, did you participate in the initial apprehension of the defendant Othal Wallace?
No, sir. We stood by on the perimeter out towards the front of the residence. Georgia State Patrol, their SWAT team, were tasked with searching the property and attempting to locate Othal Wallace.
Okay. Did there come a time when you came into contact face to face with the person that they had apprehended?
Yes, sir. They brought a subject who they believed was Othal Wallace down to the front of the property for me to make an ID on.
So you were the one that was going to ID?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you a general idea? Did you have some photographs of his appearance prior to going up there?
Yes, sir. I had approximately 2 days to become very familiar with the looks of this gentleman, knew what I was looking for, knew identifying marks that he had on his body that would assist in ID.
Okay, so when you saw the person that they had apprehended, did you notice anything different about his appearance?
Yes, sir. The gentleman we were looking for had long, thick dreads. When they brought him down to me, I noticed immediately the dreads had been cut. It actually appeared as if they were cut in a hurry because it was more of a messy haircut.
Okay, but what about, so how are you going to identify him?
He had very similar facial features. I knew that Othal Wallace was involved in a motorcycle crash years ago. I knew he had a very distinct mark that was on his abdomen up to his chest. And I pulled up his shirt and identified him as well by that scar.
Okay, so that's how you identified him.
Yes, sir.
Do you notice whether or not that same individual is here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you please describe where he's at and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table from there. He's the youngest gentleman up there, I believe, with a light blue stripe tie.
When you came into contact with the defendant, did he say anything to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we go sidebar?
What did he say to you?
You already know who I am, you know what I'm capable of. I saved the officers here in Georgia. Things could have been worse.
What was that statement from?
What was your question you asked?
I simply asked him, would you like to speak to detectives in regards to the case?
Your Honor, I do have a case I can share with you. Let me get.
Obviously, he was handcuffed.
He was. We're not disputing that he was in custody, Your Honor. Our position is it was not custodial interrogation. This case is an 11th Circuit Court of Appeals case, Your Honor. It was the closest case I could find on point. This was a case where an individual was accused of murder, and the detective by the name of McKeechan with the Bay County Sheriff's Office had questioned him. And the issue became when he asked the guy where he asked the suspect while he was in custody, where were you on the night of the murder? And the defendant or the suspect said, I didn't mean to kill that man. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that that question was not custodial interrogation. And it's under head note 2 and 3. He was not read Miranda, Judge. And in fact, he had even said something about an attorney. Yes, sir. My apologies. Yes, sir.
In this case, he was read Miranda prior to speaking to him. Here, he was never read Miranda. He asked him a question, and I believe that he should have read him Miranda before he asked him anything. He's obviously in custody. If he had, said yes, obviously there would have been an interrogation. So they're trying to put the cart before the horse. It should have been read Miranda. They had the opportunity to talk or not talk. Therefore, I think it's
Your Honor, Miranda is immaterial in this. It's whether or not there was custodial interrogation. The state agrees he was in custody. It was a voluntary, spontaneous statement that had nothing to do with the question that was asked. Therefore, it was not interrogation. It was a voluntary and spontaneous statement. He didn't respond to the question. He said, hey, you know who I am. You know what I'm capable of. That is voluntary and spontaneous.
Would you like to speak to investigators when he hasn't been told what his rights are? That's concerning.
It may be concerning, Judge, with all due respect, I don't think it makes the statement the product of custodial interrogation. The only thing I need, Judge, is I think on the record, I need the court to acknowledge that he had identified the defendant.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. May I have just a moment, Judge? Yes, sir, I do have a few more questions.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk to you for a minute about duty belts and tasers. Are you familiar with the Daytona Beach Police Department duty belts?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so just kind of how they're set up. Typically, where would an officer put the gun? Where would the holster put the gun?
Your firearm is on your dominant or strong side. Whatever side you generally write with is the side that is your strong side.
So if you're right-handed, be on your right side, left-handed, left side?
Yes.
Okay. What about the taser holster? Is it on the same side or opposite?
No, so generally the taser's on the opposite side. It's worn in what's called a cross-drawn, which is essentially call it the butt of the taser is facing forward as opposed to your firearm is facing backwards. You generally reach across with your strong hand to the taser in order to grab it. That way, your strong hand is always in control of the weapon in hand.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any cross?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Your Honor, the next witness is the one I discussed. Red Antoine, Your Honor. Let me forget.
Stay right here, face the front, raise your right hand in the front. Yes, ma'am. Sir.
I hear it, Judge. I hear yours.
That's okay. Go right ahead.
Okay.
I'll speak louder.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Would you please tell us who you are?
My name is Brett Antoine,
Would you spell your last name, please?
Antwine.
And where do you work, sir?
Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long you been with ATF?
Since 2009.
Did you work in law enforcement prior to that time?
Yes, sir. Approximately 6 years in state law enforcement.
Whereabouts?
Sir,
Where? 6 years?
6 years in the state of Georgia.
State.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us a little bit. Educate us about what you do and your duties and responsibilities at ATF.
I'm an investigator for the ATF. I investigate crimes against U.S. code that would be in the purview of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, violent crimes with firearms, and we do explosives and alcohol and tobacco investigations as well.
Okay. And where's your field office located?
Atlanta.
Okay. I want to draw to your attention to June of 2021. Okay. Did you become involved in an operation involving the apprehension of an individual by the name of Othal Wallace?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become involved?
I was contacted by the U.S. Marshals Task Force and asked to come to the scene where they had taken Mr. Wallace into custody and review where he was taken at, see if there was any evidence that could be taken into custody or what needed to be done if there was evidence to take it into custody.
Was this on or about June 26, 2021?
Yes, sir, it was.
When you arrived at the property, was it day or night? Day or night?
It was nighttime, early in the morning.
Early in the morning? So it was dark?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So you got to the compound, then what'd you do?
Upon my arrival, I met with some of the U.S. Marshals Task Force guys, and they took me back to where Mr. Wallace was apprehended.
Okay, did you notice the tree house?
I did, yes, sir. That's where they took me.
Okay, and so you got taken to the tree house, then what?
I walked up the stairs and with a task force guy and looked through the door inside to get an idea of what we were looking at.
Did you see any weapons or firearms?
I observed what I believe to be firearms within the structure.
Okay, so then what'd you do, sir?
I advised the local task force guys that we need to back out and get a search warrant to go ahead and search the structure and see if we could find anything of evidence and see if the firearms, what appeared to be firearms, were actually firearms.
Was a search warrant obtained?
It was obtained.
And who was the person who was going to execute that search warrant?
I wound up executing it.
Okay, and on the same day, June 26, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And where was the location that you searched?
The tree house itself is what it's on.
Talk to us about executing the search warrant. When you went back into the structure, once the search warrant was obtained, what did you do?
I took a video of the outside as best I could, being in the dark, and it's a tall set of stairs that were really rickety and shaky. So at the top of the stairs, I stood there and did my best to get a video of the surrounding. Again, I was using a flashlight to try to take the video.
What were the stairs like?
They were shaky at best. It was kind of nervous walking up those stairs.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
May?
I want to show you what's been marked state's eye. Would you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign it? Sign it today?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the contents?
Yes, sir.
Here an accurate representation of what's contained herein?
Yes, sir.
And is what's contained in here is a video of the treehouse?
It is.
Your Honor, permission. Well, first we move into evidence.
Your Honor, I would just renew the objection to that from the motion limit that you've already ruled on.
I've already ruled that ruling stands. Item will be admitted as evidence. I'm assuming is redacted or not redacted?
It is not.
Okay. Everybody complies with my ruling?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Admitted as evidence.
Please.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Don't put it over there. It'll disappear.
Yeah, sorry, Judge.
Yeah. You may proceed.
Okay, we're going to roll it and then just kind of have you take a look at it. Could you stop? Stop and back it up. There you go. Right. Just want you, could you come down for just a moment, please?
May.
And if you'd stand over to the side so the jury can see, just want you to point out, you'd indicated that you'd seen some weapons or firearms. Could you point out weapons or firearms that you saw when you testified earlier?
Yes, sir. There was this item here was a firearm, was a rifle, and then the pictures downstairs is the end of the handle.
Okay, was the pistol a Glock 17?
Yes.
Okay, and was the rifle an AK type rifle?
Yes.
Did it have a banana clip?
Yes, sir. This right here would be the.
Okie dokie.
Make sure you keep your voice up so they can hear.
I apologize. Yes, the rifle would have a banana style magazine for it, so curved magazine, that would be it there. That would be the pistol grip, and then this is the, what should be, it's actually turned out to be an arm brace, not a shoulder stock, but it's the brace. And then this would be the lower part of the lower on the pistol.
Okay, you can go back up to the stand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just play it. Okay. Permission to approach again, Your Honor.
May?
I'd like to show you what's in Mark's face. J, right now.
Yes, sir.
Take the end of that.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
What is that still shot at?
The the bunk beds with the firearms owner under the mattress. Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask you to still shot in death.
Any objection?
Just state based on the prior.
Okay. Court's prior ruling stands. It'll be admitted as evidence.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
How are you going to do? Oh, yes, you may proceed.
Could you step back down again, please, so with the court's permission?
Yes.
No, it's a little blurry. Agent Antoine, or Special Agent Antoine. But could you just point out to the jury what you previously testified to regarding the weapons that you were testifying about?
Yes, sir. The rifle is under the mattress partially. Again, here's the banana style magazine to hold ammunition and be inserted underneath the rifle. The pistol grip for the rifle, and then what would be considered either a stock or actually is a forearm brace. And then this would be the pistol.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You can take that off. Now, I want to talk to you about what you found and what you took custody of.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Did you take custody of a Glock 17 9mm pistol?
I did.
Do you recall, did you record a serial number as you took it?
I did.
And what was that serial number?
N is in November, S is in Sierra, M is in Motel, 913.
So NSM 913. Was the Glock loaded?
Yes, sir.
Okay, had a clip in it?
Did have a magazine in it, yes, sir.
Okay, did you clear that magazine or did you leave it like it was?
Left it like it was.
Okay. At some point in time, did you determine how many rounds?
I was determined there was 16 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
Now, what does that mean? 16 in the clip and 1 in the chamber. How is that? What does that mean?
The magazine would be the part of the firearm that holds the ammunition in a semi-automatic firearm. Once the ammunition is loaded into the magazine, then the magazine would be inserted into the firearm. And then in order to load the weapon to make it ready to fire, you would have to charge the weapon, or I think the common term would be to rack a weapon. So you would rack the slide. That motion would push around off the top of the magazine into the chamber. And then at that point, there's 1 less round in the magazine while there's 1 round in the chamber, and makes the weapon ready to fire.
Okay, so you don't have to rack it and then pull the trigger. You just pull the trigger.
Once you've charged it once, then it's ready to go, as long as it doesn't malfunction.
Okay. Did you also find a black DeSantis holster?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with those items? The Glock 17, the mag, the ammunition, and the holster. Ultimately, what did you do with those?
Ultimately, we took it into custody, into ATF custody. And then after that, we would have transferred it down to Daytona Beach.
Okay. Okay, and I'll get into a little bit more about your process there in a minute. Let's finish up with, did you find ammunition?
Yes, sir.
Up there? Several containers of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And approximately, or a minimum of how many rounds?
We determined to be more in excess of 500 rounds.
Did you take the AK type long gun did you seize that as well?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay, now did you also provide that to Daytona Beach PD?
Did not.
That's still at ATF custody?
Correct, it is, yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any rounds for the AK?
Yes, sir. There was rounds in the magazine.
Okay. And you said it was a banana clip?
Yes, sir.
How many, typically, that particular clip, do you know how many rounds it's capable of holding?
I believe that was a 30-round magazine.
Okay. permission to approach the witness, Your Honor, with an exhibit.
Sure. I think it's behind you.
Would, okay. Before that, Your Honor, apparently I stated the wrong, I guess, exhibit number. What did I say it was, Jason?
You had said it was, I think, GG, but it's BBB.
BBB instead of GG, Your Honor. My apologies. And it's exhibit 25 is introduced into evidence.
But it's already in evidence?
Yes, sir.
You kept it straight? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Okay.
Now you want to approach the witness? Oh,
Yes, sir. What do you do? Could you, Judge, with your permission, probably be easier if he came down to the front with this? I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit L. For identification purposes. I'm going to try to send that picture. Get it up there. Now, would you take your time and take a look at this exhibit? Tell me if you recognize it. Yes, sir, I recognize it. And how do you recognize it? The serial number is one and the same, NSM 913. Okay, are there two serial numbers on this gun?
There are, there's one on the slide, and then there's one on the roll receiver, which actually is the bottom.
Are they both the same?
NSM 913, yes, they're both the same.
Okay. Now, when you took this, you can go back up. Now, let's finish this. What about the other part of the exhibit? How about this? Do you recognize it?
The ammunition which was recovered from the firearm was used from these three sides.
Okay. Okay, you go back. I mean, they didn't extend it. When you took possession of the firearms,
Yes, sir.
what this exhibit, what you just said, was it your custody and control from the time you and your partner's custody and control from the time you took it until you took it to the ATF secure location?
Yes, sir, it was.
And then what did you do there?
We logged it into evidence and then turned it over to the vault custodians who locked it into the ATF vault.
You have access to that vault?
No, so we've got custodians that control the access, and we turn our evidence over to those custodians, and those custodians actually physically put it into the vault, whatever location they choose it goes in.
Did you take it back out at some point in time?
We did.
And for what purpose?
To take it to Daytona Beach Police Department.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You turned it over to the folks at the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And was from the time you took it out of the evidence locker until the time you turned it over to Daytona Beach TV, was it within you and your partner's custody?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to move the exhibit into evidence.
any objection? Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Your Honor, may I publish?
May proceed. If you don't mind showing, the one yours got a creak in her neck because she's. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit K. Well, I'm going to take a look at it.
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize?
Pictures from the treehouse.
Of the day that you executed the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Were these pictures before or after the search warrant was executed?
I believe they were before.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Under the witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh. Your Honor, I'm sorry, there's one other exhibit I failed to show.
Okay.
Gonna try it one more time and show you what's been marked. State exhibit AAA for identification purposes. Deposit exhibit 3 photographs which state with it. You recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are photographs of the AK variant that was recovered from the treehouse.
Up in Snellville?
Yes, sir.
When you executed the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And are these still in this is in the custody of ATF?
Correct. It is. It's still in our vault.
Is that where the pictures were taken?
They are. Or they were. Sorry.
Fair and accurate representations?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence, Your Honor.
The objection.
Your Honor, based on a stipulation, you would not object. Would you like to?
We have a stipulation as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Is this, I'm sorry, can I see it?
That photograph, sir.
Photograph of 7.62 by 39 millimeter ammunition. It's AK ammunition.
Ammunition that would fit into the firearm, the AK that you seized?
Yes, sir.
Could we go to the next picture? Have a look.
Sir, that
Are these the ones that you
I was-
took out of the
yes, that is
treehouse?
the ammunition I took from that firearm.
And what's that a picture of?
That's a picture of the firearm.
Okay. That you seized from the treehouse?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Same,
Yes, sir.
same rifle or long gun?
Yes, sir.
What's that on top of?
That's the magazine that would have held the ammunition. We take them out to make the firearm safe before we store them, and then we will zip tie the magazine to the firearm itself and separate the ammunition from it.
Okay. And that's the banana clip you testified would hold 30 rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tender the witness, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
No.
May I proceed?
Good afternoon, Special Agent. Now, when you first went up, you looked at the treehouse just to see what you had, and then after that, you decided to go back and get a search warrant based on the items that you saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right now, when you were up on at the treehouse, I'm sure you were looking around, you had a good view of everything that was down below. You know, like where the barn was and where you probably drove in from.
Your Honor, outside the scope.
So,
At the time I initially got there, no, sir, it was dark.
okay, when you did the search warrant, was it light out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you went up the second time and you videotaped, or did you videotape it at night
I videoed that when it was dark. Yes.
when it was dark? And then when you got the search warrant, you went up during the day and then you were able to see your surroundings, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you're standing on that little porch area before you enter and you look around, you can see the barn down there. You can probably see the main house, all that sort of stuff.
The main house would have been to my back looking into the tree house. I don't recall a barn. I do recall a Connex container to my left.
Okay.
And some woods to my right and to the, what would have been on the back side of the tree house.
Well, when you're on the porch area, would you agree that you're significantly higher than the ground level?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that kind of gives you a vantage point when you're standing up there over anybody that might be around you, or it could?
I'm not sure what you're asking me as to
Well-
what it could. I can tell you what I saw.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you're up there, and then when you searched, you found an assortment of ammunition, right?
Yes, sir.
How many total rounds?
I didn't do a total round count because there were so many and it was that early in the morning.
Okay, and you found the AK style rifle?
Yes, sir.
And that had that banana magazine in it?
Yes, sir.
And there were 30 rounds in it, but would it hold more than 30 rounds?
I don't recall. They do make banana style magazines that do hold more rounds, but I don't recall what the actual number, because most of these things you actually have to fill them to find out if they're going to hold one more than what it says or one less than what it says. So I didn't test that. No, sir.
And that AK style rifle, that's a semi-automatic, is it?
Yes, sir.
Do a lot of damage with that, can you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you found the Glock 17,
Yes, sir.
and that was fully loaded?
It wasn't fully loaded.
Okay. Were there other 9mm shells in the treehouse?
I don't recall at this time what all calibers were there and what were not.
Okay. All right. But I guess my point is Mr. Wallace being in that treehouse was somewhat heavily armored, wasn't he not?
There was ammunition and there were multiple firearms. Yes, sir.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Anything else? May the witness be excused from the subpoena?
Yes.
Okay, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you shut down?
Yes, sir.
Uh, 145, Judge.
All rise for the jury.
What up, gang? I don't know about y'all, but I got anxiety like a mud. This case is having me going through it, man. It's definitely a psychological thing that's going on when it comes to explaining and going into details on exactly the whole case of Othal and the whole situation. I can imagine what Ozone is going through. I can imagine what that brother is going through. Having to rehash all of this in detail. You know what I'm saying? So this is wild. If I got anxiety, I already know Ozone is like, but it looked like just looking at Ozone video, looking at him in court, looked like he keeping it cool. You know what I'm saying? So that's the beauty of it. So, but yeah, I'm y'all keep the chat going. It's a small break or whatnot. I'm gonna get it back popping in a second. I'm gonna just play some music, man.
I become a fiend addicted to multiple incoming streams. I still rather be invisible than run the scene. Prosperity breeds jealousy more than the money green, huh? We ain't trying to struggle no more. Can't act like you fly in the jungle no more. If when you made it out, they don't love you no more. And they wonder why the trust is so low, so low. We ain't trying to struggle no more. Can't act like you fly in the jungle no more. If when you made it out, they don't love you no more. And they wonder why the trust is so low, so low.
Low on meditation, low on education, low on self-preservation, low in expectation, low in behold. If low is your goal, how you stuck in limbo? So how low can you go? I'll stab, shot, volley, wop, pop, and not yet. We rep that block, love that inanimate object. Love shade, love live. Love clock yet, slacking, acting like a lackey, wondering why you ain't a boss yet. Crabs in the bucket, envious of the sun's glint, inspecting the state of my property like I'm young Chris. Failure is an option, success is a function that requires action, knowledge, and no assumptions. Watching my pockets won't make yours feel. Can't be DiBiase working like Virgil. Whatever you refuse to teach yourself, the world will. And if I go before you, look for me in the whirlwind.
We ain't trying to struggle no more. Can't act like you fly in the jungle no more. If when you made it out,
Just a 15-minute break, people. 15 minutes.
So low, so low. We ain't trying to struggle no more. Can't act like you fly in the jungle no more. If when you made it out, they don't love you no more.
Othal.org.
So low.
I can't wait till the defense come up. Can't wait till the defense do they thing.
Where you from, fool? Where you from, fool? Get out from Millbrook. Open your third eye, this is how the real look. Dangle the worm, now they caught up in the fish hook. Where your grandma stay, who you kidding to? Where you from, fool? Man, I'm from Shy Troy. Harlem Island, man, I hope you getting my point. The boys gon' get offended, but your hood ain't no harder than mine. It start blending. When the ops come in, you squeeze. If I don't know him, then he bleed. But when the pigs come, we ain't reach cold. You either running or you beaking. Scared that you'll repeat. Man, if that cracker lacking, post a rat-a-tat, get a cracker lacking. I'm from Orange Grove, Northside, Plata Potico, Roberto. Boy, I'm about mine, try to stop me, ho. Cracker brought up the hood, I ain't do nothing though. White hoes jogging at midnight, devils real comfortable. Soldier from that Congo, know you. Blow it up, Crestwood, tribal, from the best hoods. Copes on us, but my rep good. We getting shipped to the same jails. Blood cuz, folklore in the same gang tail. My ex is your next, so we flex till we X'd out. Finesse till we fresh, but the rest got us left out. Where you stay, player? I'm from Brooklyn. Fresh out the bullpen, do the same board again, was brewing. Ain't get the memo or the bulletin. Will I catch a bullet? Then ain't got no mentor, and my daddy's full of shit. Where you wrong, the earth is my turf. Since my birth, since a birth, put these demons in the dirt. Pushing that Garvey car, red, black, and green. I'll be trying till I got them broke on a fixed income in the meantime, in real time. Where you from, fool? That I'm from Millbrook. Open your third eye, this is how the real look. Dangle the worm, now they caught up in the fish hook. Where your grandma stay, who you kin to? Where you from, fool? Man, I'm from Chi Troy. Harlem Island, man, I hope you getting my point. The boys gon' get offended, but your hood ain't no harder than mine. It's so blended.
Welcome to Millbrook. We ain't got a bridge. Almost no one notorious. We ain't got a bid. But we gotta live. Rest take us up. Gotta give here. Everybody wanna be the go. How to get in. Looking, we focus. Close all the schools, churches, the local. This cut broken. We seven feet. From Brownsville to Bronzeville. There's Africans everywhere. I'm just a 7 from the 414. Straight to heaven. There's strolling places that no one goes. The winter where he got to know the code, hard open pros, they go with liabilities. But I hold the chrome, you know the code. But you know the code, won't be waiting. Battlefields are built for killer sisters and brave man. The supple, sister cradle, EY prelates to the graves and Master MC Murder Caveman. I'm a Master MC Murder Caveman.
Where you from, fool? Cat out from Millbrook. Open your third eye, this is how the real look. Dangle the worm, now they caught up in the fish hook. Where your grandma stay, who you kin to? Where you from, fool? Man, I'm from Chi Troy. Harlem Island, man, I hope you getting my point. The boys gon' get offended, but your hood ain't no harder than mine. It's start blending.
When I found Africa, it gave me my heart. It gave me my sense of direction. And it really told me what my responsibility was to my people. And what John Henry Clark said, you know, if it can't be used for your liberation, then it needs to be thrown in the trash can of history. So rather than waste my words and my talent just saying empty words and empty ideas, I'd rather say what's on my heart.
I hate you. Couldn't find more beautiful words, more suitable words to berate you. For some money, for some power, my son couldn't date you. You be wanting to swallow babies and claiming he raped you. Never. I will never let you kill him. You gon' try to lynch him. You gon' paint him as a villain, try to imitate him. German, English, or Sicilian, it don't make a difference. Try to hurt one of my children, throw you off a building. This war, as blood covers the shores, the world will have returned to Garvey and us all. We prepare for revolution with Garvey type resolve. Till the issue is resolved. How do you trust a psychopath who go around conquering lands? His aspiration is the love for a man. How do you trust a peace officer, revolver in hand, who's known to start sparking the dark of the tan? How do you trust a school system that teaches you a slave and neglect that you a victim? Then they ship you right to prison. No only will you live and be the first to be evicted. And it's really that specific. You take it as a joke. Malcolm tried to tell you when you taking it for quotes. Take the information, take it to debate. Organize with brothers trying to take a crack and stroke. We won't make it if we don't. My black power is anti-white, cause they anti-life. Killer cracker is a chance I might. See a thief, you cut his hands on sight. Put your hands up right on our behalf to advance our plight. Show they dealing with some men, not mice. Say the meek shall inherit the earth, but the weak shall be bleached and be buried in dirt. Saying men from the church, we can only die second if we bury them first. See, we disregard history, scoff at our traditions and believe in the mystery. It makes no sense to me. Jesus Christ was the first of the slave ships, packed full of Africans, locked up, chained with. They gave me a machete to go chop up Cain with. We fighting for our freedom, so we chop up caves, bitch. Yeah, and kill whoever they came with. You can't reform devil, you ain't never gonna change him. Black power, RBG, Body Front, Sapo Game, University Ave, Data Green, Doc Maki, Mental Son, Knowledge Bomb.
Life is long. Yeah, the issue is we waste time on the wrong things. So be present where you are. Mind, body, spirit, the sacred trinity. You attract where you are and what you need. The universe, my soil, I inject my seed, impose my will with desire and faith. Tenacious efforts while the process germinates. My reality's my likeness and image. Every day's a Super Bowl, you living like a scrimmage. These ain't bars of lyrics, this is spirit. And only harmonized minds can hear it. A lone wolf, I had to leave the pack. It was holding me back, but I promise I'll be back. With a plate for us to feast. The hunting's on, this beast fangs unleashed. I wish my people cease playing the victim. If they only knew that God was in them. Come tuned in, sometimes you tapping out. Wise gods recognize what I'm rapping about. I'm young alpha and your complaining sounds feminine. I love to grow, the challenge keeps me ahead of them. Let's go. So in everything you do, be your highest self. Hey yo, they say we want it now. Is it for the freedom, cause we want it now? Or black power, cause we hold it down? Maybe it's cause we counting more than moments now. If it's a movement, then of course it's movement. Iron sharp as iron, still a sapphire since it was water spoken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments.
When Dr. Sadie died, the same for Dr. Wilson. I only find solace in the fact I feel him in my skeleton. Where do we go from here? Who's ready to sit in that chair? Maybe the ingredients is a leaderless movement. Hit the head, kill the body, multi-tentacle camaraderie. They can't kill us all, and Africans never really die. I live and give the naked truth, and it's never TMI. I know you wanna turn up, but the world upside down. It's not a drill, chill, you gotta bust live rounds. On my side of town, folks is corral and heard it wicked enterprise. Africans desensitized to their own word. Get up the muscle, but scared to win. It's no pressure, man. How you wanna come up, but scared to levitate? Smart as a start, let's build off for winning that leverage. Breaking dollars and cents make sense, and snapping your pennies can penetrate.
Hey yo, they say we want it now. Is it for the freedom, cause we want it now? On black power, how we hold it down? Maybe it's cause we counting more than moments now. If it's a movement, then of course it's motion. Iron sharp as iron, study on the opponent. A sapphire since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments. Still laying low, highly passionate. Free is the only thing that we have to get. So when we crashing it, it ain't an accident. Unapologetic Africans spit acid. If you're not active, you ain't an activist. Get a couple whips, 2 chains, think you mastered it. Used it and give her what? That was abstinence. Was broke for water toast. The fashion sense was immaculate. Well, I'm trying to put up half the rent to give it
Ladies and gentlemen,
the savages.
when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of facts. You must accept stipulated fact as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is as follows. Othal Wallace had, on previous occasions, possessed the assault-style weapon with a banana clip that was found in the treehouse in Snellville, Georgia. Othal Wallace was familiar with using the firearm. Thank you. State may call your next witness.
Since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments. Hey yo, they say we want it now. Is it for the freedom? Cause we want it now. Or black power, how we hold it down? Maybe it's cause we counting more than moments now. If it's a movement, then of course it's moments. Iron sharp as iron. A sapphire since it was water broken. Our story in the making, this is more than moments. So fam, do yourself a favor. Get out of your own way.
It's real talk, fact.
Good afternoon, sir. That's the last thing we talked about in the earlier
Have him repeat his name.
Can you please repeat your name? Detective Jetter, I think the last thing we talked about earlier today was about going back to the crime scene on the 24th. What was your next involvement in this?
On June 30th.
What did you do on, what was the first thing you did on June 30th?
June 30th, when I got into work, there had been a firearm that was relayed to us from ATF. My duty to take that firearm and tag it into evidence.
And then what did you do with it from there? Did you actually take it somewhere that day?
Yes, sir. Once it was tagged in, I immediately checked it back out and transported it to FDLE in Orlando.
What was the second thing you did on the 30th?
We had obtained a search warrant to search the suspect vehicle over in Alachua County.
Was this the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Where was that search conducted, sir?
At the Alachua County Sheriff's Office in their crime scene garage.
And so was your search warrant from an Alachua County or circuit judge over there?
I believe so, yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. Yes. Okay. Did you remember the number? Do you think the tag fell off of it?
It did. States AA. It was the state's AA identification. That's now states.
That's evidence?
State 31, yes or no?
Was it admitted without objection?
We would move it into evidence.
Okay. Any objection? Okay. Admitted as evidence.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
May proceed.
May the witness step down in case I need to point some things
Yes,
out?
sir. Just put them back over here.
Now, when you search a vehicle, detective, do you kind of process it like a crime scene, a physical crime scene? Do you photograph it first? Yes. Before actually conducting the search? Correct. What are you looking at here in photograph A?
This will be the vehicle in the crime scene garage, looking at the front passenger side of the vehicle.
As you already said, this is not Daytona's crime scene garage, correct?
Correct. Last.
I think we're just gonna kind of take photographs all the way around the vehicle. Photograph B.
The vehicle from the front and close to the driver's side of the vehicle.
Going to photograph C. What are we looking at here?
Driver's side of the vehicle.
So again, you're just wrapping around the vehicle.
Yes, sir. And then that will be the rear of the vehicle.
With the tag, the California tag on the rear.
Correct.
Photograph E.
This will be the front driver's compartment. This would be in the driver's door pocket.
The driver's door pocket of the vehicle on the driver's side.
Correct. Center console. Center console.
And what is there? Is this a Red Bull energy drink?
Yes, sir. Always uses an ashtray.
Swisher, is it Swisher? The Swisher sweets?
Looks like, and I think that's a nice hard lemonade.
Next photograph.
This would be the rear driver's compartment.
Next photograph, sir.
This is the same rear driver's compartment, large knife or machete and a forward.
What are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
This would be the rear hatchback area of the vehicle.
What do these items appear to be associated with?
This appeared to, I believe, was a tent. There's a part, a cooler. I think this is a water jug and a camping chair.
Is this another, what are we looking at here?
This
Sorry.
This is actually a steel, what we call strike plate, and then some ballistic panels.
And then behind it, is that the tank you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You can return to the witness stand. When you processed that Honda vehicle, did you look for any blood on the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
How did you go about doing that?
We used a chemical called luminol. Blue Star is the name of it. And it's 2 tablets mixed with water. And when sprayed, it reacts with the iron and blood, and it will glow or luminesce.
And do you use that as a tool to lead you in the direction of areas that should swab?
Correct.
And did you use that on this vehicle?
We did.
Did you locate any areas that it luminesced that you ended up swabbing?
There were 3 areas that we located.
And how do you go about collecting those swabs?
When we use a swab, it's basically a large Q-tip, one end with a cotton swab on it. Since we were using a chemical spray, it would have already been wet. The area that was luminesced, we took the swab and swabbed that area that luminesced, and then placed it into a paper, I guess cardboard, little small box for the swabs, and then placed in a packaging.
And were these swabs later put into evidence at Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, were they sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And I may approach the witness with please.
You may.
So it states B. Do you recognize the exterior of that packaging?
Yes, sir.
What does that packaging contain?
This is a swab of possible blood. It was from on the rear of the vehicle where it's got this, the HRV. On the H was an area that luminesced. It was swab.
And is the exterior packaging the same as what conditions we packaged it other than at the other tape?
Yes, sir.
At this time,
The objection?
No objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
This is another swab of an area that luminesced. It was on the rear of the hatchback where the HRV is. Just underneath that is the area that I swabbed. Yes, sir.
Is the exterior of the packaging of other
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Next state's DD. What is that item contain?
This is a swab of possible blood that luminesced on the driver's side rear tire on the sidewall.
Is the exterior packaging the same or similar condition?
Yes, sir.
All the recovered with?
Does-
We can see other than the FDA.
Doesn't appear so.
Honorable states DD and evidence is the next number of exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
May the witness step down one last time.
May.
You could point out, detective, is this a good photograph to use?
For two of the swabs, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, and if you could point out where you collected two of those swabs.
On the H right here, kind of more towards the left side of the H is where one of them was swabbed. And then underneath the HRV in this area right here.
Let me see if I can get to this better photo for the last swab. You can point out to where you collected the last swab.
On this, the upper sidewall of this tire, kind of in this general area right here is the area that luminesced.
And again, that's using the chemical you guys often use.
Correct.
Thank you, detective. Detective, do you also collect a live round from the vehicle as well?
Yes, sir.
And where was that in the vehicle?
The front passenger seat on the rear pocket in the seat, at the bottom of the pocket.
And was it a rifle round?
Yes, sir.
May.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This will be the live round that was found in the pocket of the front passenger seat.
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
An unfired round. It's basically a bullet. Once you purchase them from the store, they become a live round until it's fired in a lead projectiles.
Did you also collect some targets from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, targets?
They're, when you go out for target practice, if you will, some people purchase paper targets that they can place wherever they're shooting at and use them for target practice.
Have these targets been used yet, or were they unused, or both?
Unused.
Unused? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
This is state's EE for identification. State's EE for identification. You recognize the exterior packaging?
Yes, sir.
What does that item contain?
A pack of the paper shooting targets.
Has the packaging been disturbed in any way since you packaged it?
No, sir.
At this time, the state's EE and the evidence is the next one.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And Detective, sometime later, I believe in March of 2023, did you collect a bloodstain card?
Yes, sir.
Where did you collect that card from?
From the medical examiner's office.
In Volusia County?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge states you do for identification. You recognize the exterior packaging?
Yes, sir.
Is there FDA tape on that one as well?
There is.
Is the exterior packaging other than the FDA tape appear to be altered?
No, sir.
No objection.
Admitted as evidence.
Those states just you for identification. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me step down. Is the witness still under subpoena?
No, Your Honor, you can be excused.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're released from the subpoena. State, call your next witness.
State would recall David Denardi.
Okay, the witness has been sworn previously. You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name again, Detective?
David Denardi.
Thank you, sir. We left off in late June of 2021. On June 30th of 2021, did you also participate in the search of Othal Wallace's vehicle in Alachua account?
Yes, sir.
And were you a part of drafting the search warrant for that vehicle?
Yes.
After the search of that vehicle, did you draft several search warrants on July 2nd of 2021, on or about July 2nd of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Did this include a search warrant related to a phone number you believe to be Othal Wallace's?
Yes.
And who did you get that phone number from?
The phone number came from Taisha Lewis.
And what was that number, sir?
Phone number was 954-928-6399.
Why do you do a search warrant to a phone company for phone records? What are you hoping to get?
Hoping to get several things, to include who the person is in communication with via phone calls, as well as who they're communicating with via text message. But and then also, in addition, you can get location data from someone's cell phone records.
So the location data is actually embedded in the records from the cell phone company?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, can you use that data then to map the approximate location of that cellular device?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to the previously filed business record certification, I would move states MM into evidence as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? Okay, admitted as evidence.
Number 38, and of course, did you receive those records from the phone company?
Yes, I did.
And did you review some of those phone records?
Yes, I did.
And in regard to the number that you listed earlier, who was the subscriber for those phone records?
Othal Wallace.
Did you also do a search warrant for both an Instagram account and a Facebook account related to the defendant, Othal Wallace?
Yes, I did.
Was that for the same account we discussed earlier, RBG Vibes for Instagram?
Yes.
And did you receive a response to your search warrant from both those companies? Well, I guess it's the same company, but from both those social media accounts?
Yes.
Are those large files that you get back from Facebook and Instagram?
Yes, they are.
Fair to say thousands of pages?
Yes.
Going to July 15th. Did you go to Halifax Hospital on July 15th, sir?
Yes, I did.
Was Jason Raynor still being treated at that hospital?
Yes, he was.
When you were at that hospital, did any doctors provide you anything?
Yes.
Which doctor?
Dr. Prince.
What did Dr. Prince give you, sir?
Dr. Prince gave me a fragment of a projectile that was removed from Officer Raynor's head.
And what type of container was it in?
It was in like a plastic vial.
And where did you take that item?
I took it back to the police department where I submitted it to property and evidence.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
State's ID QQ. Do you recognize the container on that board as well as the item in the plastic bag?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the fragment of the projectile that Dr. Prince removed from Officer Raynor, and then the bottom is the container that I was turned over to.
Are both in the same or substantially similar condition as when Dr. Prince turned them over to you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move state's QQ into evidence as the next number exhibit.
The objection? Without objection, admitted into evidence. How you gonna do that? Just stand in front?
Just hold it for us, sir.
Unless you want to pass it down.
I want to jump ahead now to July 19th. Did you and other investigators execute a court order, sir?
Yes.
What was that court order for?
That court order was to obtain a sample of genetic and biological material from Othal Wallace.
And did you execute that court order on Othal Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect the buccal swabs from him?
Yes.
How do you go about collecting buccal swabs?
Buccal swabs come in in sterile packaging. It also comes with a little box. Standard procedure. What I did or would have done that day was put gloves on and take they look like giant Q-tips. Have Othal Wallace open up his mouth and then swab both sides of his cheek with each of the swabs, and then put them in the box, clearly mark it with his name on it, and then same thing, package it up and submit it to property evidence.
Do you collect these swabs in order to send them to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Is it something you've done many times in your career?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
States N and Nancy. Do you recognize the exterior package?
Yes.
What does that item contain?
This contains the buccal swab that was obtained from Othal Wallace on July 2021.
And other than tape from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and altered in any way?
No, it has not.
States N and evidence is the next number of states exhibit.
Any objection? Without objection, admitted.
Detective, on August 17th of 2021, did you get some notification from Halifax Hospital?
Yes.
What was that notification?
That Officer Raynor had passed away from the gunshot wound that he sustained at the hands of Othal Wallace.
And as the lead detective, was an autopsy performed at the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
Did they relay to you, not going to go into them, but did they relay to you their findings from the autopsy?
Yes, they did.
As a result of that, what did you do?
As a result of that, I completed another charge and affidavit charging Othal Wallace with murder instead of attempted murder.
Thank you, sir. May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Any cross? Okay. Thank you. May the witness be excused. State.
Subject to recalling, Your Honor.
Okay, you're still under subpoena. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Are we done for the day?
Yes, Your Honor. That's all we have.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn early today. We're going to return tomorrow. release you until tomorrow at 9 a.m. again, once again, reminding you not to discuss the case with anyone, not to do any research on your own, not to let anybody tell you anything, you read anything about it, or follow any of the news accounts of the case. Excuse me. All right, Missouri. I thank you very much. You have a seat. Let's talk a little bit about planning here. Where do we stand as far as the plan for the rest of the week?
Yes, sir. I believe that we should be done by tomorrow afternoon or Thursday morning, early Thursday morning. We'd be done then.
Okay. I need to address Mr. Wallace at this time.
Mr. Wallace, Mr. Wallace, what do you approach the time when the state is going to finish their presentation of the case in chief, at which time you would have an opportunity to present the case or testify, learning an answer from you today. I don't want to give you stuff to think about. It is your right to testify in this problem. You heard me say that when there's a question about the right to remain silent, and I remind yours throughout the process that it can't be silent against you, satisfied, that they will respect the constitutional right to remain silent, and you should do so. But it is your right. It doesn't belong to the lawyers, to the state, to me, yours. You have to make that decision. Obviously, I encourage you to have a serious discussion about whether or not you would like to take a stand with the lawyers. The best position to tell you what the dangers are of taking a stand and not taking the stand. Obviously, you get to take the stand, you do have the benefit of letting the jurors know what was your mind at the time that this occurred. But you will be vigorous because of them. And you will not get to cherry pick what you want to say because the state may listen information that you may not want to share with the jurors. On the other hand, you also have the right to remain silent, and then, like I told yours upfront, it is a state burden to prove you guilty, not your burden to, try to prove yourself innocent. But I want you to have those discussions with your lawyer. The lawyers between now and, I'm assuming, the earliest would be Wednesday afternoon. At the latest, it probably be sometime on Thursday, that you will have to make a decision. We will have the same conversation one more time. Then I will ask the following questions. And you make a decision with how you want to testify. And, you make a decision to create involuntary, whether we promise you anything, or influence you in any way other than providing accepting legal advice from your attorney. So I want you to have that kind of conversation with your lawyers, before we get to having to ask questions of you. Now, assuming that we do end up on Wednesday or early Thursday, that the state concludes their case, it's my goal to have closing argument done Thursday. So you all need to prepare to give a closing argument on Thursday. It is my goal also not to have a jury deliberate on Thursday, but have them come in on Friday and deliberate, so they can have a full day of deliberation without minimizing the risk of having to sequester. So that is my plan. I'll probably start Friday morning, 8:30 in the morning with them. I charge them. So Thursday also we will have a charge conference, which means the state provides a set of instructions. I can receive them today. I'll look at them tonight. Does he have a set?
Well, I haven't printed them out yet.
Okay, I'll bring an extra copy tomorrow. Did you put my numbers on your instructions?
I did not, Judge. I've been trying to do that.
I'll do that.
I don't know how you do that.
I'll do that. It's not that hard. I'll shoot it back to everyone with the line numbers. It makes it easier to correct. And then we can go from there. Do you have any questions as far as the scheduling or?
No, no.
All right, any other issues that we should anticipate? I was caught off guard by the motion to suppress on the statement. But any other issues like that should come up before?
Well, Your Honor, if the state can provide additional case law regarding that particular issue on the statement, would the court be inclined to entertain listening to it?
I'm not bashful about changing my mind.
Yes, sir.
However, let me just tell you a little bit of my reason.
Yes, sir.
The question elicited was a common defendant's right from inside. The question is the last question that is asked when Miranda is read. So in other words, they skip all the first components of Miranda and just say, do you want to talk to a lawyer without telling me, hey, you do have the right from inside.
Yes, sir.
I understand what you're saying, that it's a spontaneous statement, not related to the question. And if that's one question, you gave an answer that was completely unexpected. The answer would have been yes, I want to talk to your investigators or no. So the fact that they said, do you want to talk to a lawyer without reading them randomly, and using the last question as a stepping stone to get him to open his mouth, it's really the reason behind my rule.
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of puzzled that this is the defense objective, because I thought in the whole presentation of it, in fact, he had the opportunity to unleash, tremendous amount of firepower upon the people who were approaching him, and he didn't. Which I think that statement would have corroborated the defendant's theory. Of course, there's another component of the statement that perhaps was an admission that he didn't want to get. So at some point in time, I just anticipate this might come in somehow, but for now, that'll be my point.
Yes, sir.
And that should be telling you what's coming out of my head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yes, I will listen, and review any information, and the distinguishing aspect of your case that you provided was, as the defense pointed out. In that case, Miranda was read.
Yes, sir.
And then the defendant made some statements unrelated.
Yes.
Okay? Spontaneous. All right, so with that, I think that concludes our day. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 again. And then we'll take up,
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you right.
Yeah. I'm here. I know.